beautiful souls, welcome back to my channel. In today's reading, we're going to be doing something very different. We're doing a breakup reading. So if you have recently gone through a breakup or you've been broken up with somebody but you can't seem to get them out of your mind, we're going to be exploring how you can process through that and what all Spirit wants to talk to you about in terms of this breakup. And this can go for romantic, that's my intention, but if you recently broke up with a friend, for example, that can also work here too. So my intention is for this to be romantic related, but apply it to your situation if you feel called to it. Definitely check it out because there might still be a message in here for you. We're also going to have an extended, so on the screen right now, I'm going to put the reading breakdown, and in the extended, we're going to look much deeper for this reading. As you can see, I have my tea light holder thing here. I'm going to add these tea light candles for your reading, and we'll light them before I start your reading. I'm going to light it, and with the intention that whatever comes up in this reading, anything you want to release, any intentions you want to set, all of those things you can put into this candle. And throughout the reading, if there's anything that comes to you, anything that you feel like you want to release or you feel like you want to bring in, whatever the case may be, you can put those things into this candle, and in the end we'll do a meditation to close it out and to allow whatever it is that you set into this candle to be set into motion. This reading was super powerful for me. I did this for myself, and so many revelations came through from this reading. So I really hope that this helps you in the same way. And if you want more help to process through a breakup, definitely check out my one-on-one coaching, because I can help you through your breakup there. And the link for that is also going to be in the description box. We have the 4 piles here. We have pile 1, pile 2, pile 3, and pile 4. If you are interested in the extended reading, the link for that is going to be in the description box below. It's super affordable, so if you want to check that out, definitely go to the description box. These readings are going to be long, okay? I already know it. Like, there's so much that we're going to cover. So grab a snack, because you're going to be here for a while. Yeah, timestamps will be listed down below. Now let's head into your readings. Hello, pile 1. You have chosen this affirmation card, and this is your tea light or tea, what are these called? Tea candles. Let's light this. And yeah, I have a really big lighter. I don't have a smaller lighter. But let's set this intention now, that by lighting this, any intentions that you want to set right now, or anything you want to release right now or even during this reading, we're setting that intention into this candle, that by lighting it, those intentions will come true and the releasing will happen for your highest good. And as this candle burns, so will anything that you want to release, and so will your intentions come true, again, for your highest good. Thank you, Spirit. All right, now let's get into your affirmation card here. We have, I listen to the whispers inside my heart. So there's a need here to start to listen to your heart. And in terms of this breakup, I feel there's a lot that your heart has to say. There's a lot perhaps that has been stored inside your heart that needs to be released. Yeah, let's see further. I'm going to keep this right here. Oh, and it's interesting that I happen to keep it right under the rose quartz heart. So what I'm getting from this is that your heart has been trying to guide you out of this this breakup and these heavy emotions, your heart has been trying to guide you. So opening up to that, and I know that sometimes when we open up to our heart and have to really feel all the depths of the emotions that have been stored there, that can be a painful process. It's not always very easy to do that, because it brings up grief, and those aren't always emotions we want to feel. But I really strongly get that message from your spirit guides that your heart is trying to guide you out of this. So as you tune into your heart space, it'll become easier to process through this breakup. And I also saw 56 on the timer, so maybe 11 is somehow significant. 56 might be significant somehow. Maybe some of you are life path 11. I don't know. I just call the numbers out as I see them, because sometimes they're relevant to some of you, even though I don't understand them. All right, now let's take a look at your overarching theme and your main message. So what is the overarching theme for pile 1? So this could deal with like the nature of your relationship. This could have dealt with your breakup. This could deal with a lot of things. But before I get into that, we have, let's get the overarching theme and main message for pile 1. You know what's interesting? It just got super quiet all of a sudden right now. Like, it was so noisy when I first tapped in. But right now it's like super quiet. And I wonder if that has to do with your relationship, with the dynamic between the two of you. Perhaps in the beginning it was very, wow, you guys got 3 cards. Perhaps in the beginning it was like very lively and very chaotic is the word that's coming to me, but it may not even have been chaotic in a bad sense. It may have just been very like exciting. But then things just went really quiet, and you may not have known what happened, or maybe you do. I don't know, but somehow the silence is really significant. Maybe you guys are not on speaking terms either, which is, I mean, I guess that makes sense because this is a breakup reading, but sometimes some people break up and they're still on talking terms. But for you guys, I'm getting the sense that maybe you aren't, that there's some frustrations here with the 5 of Wands, frustrations on how this whole thing unfolded, on maybe not being able to have spoke your piece. Maybe you feel like you didn't get an opportunity to truly clear the air, or to speak your mind, or let the other person know how you were feeling. It almost gives me a feeling of missing an opportunity or missing the shot. So take that as it resonates. I'm not really here to dive deep into the situation of your breakup, because everybody's situation is going to be different, but I just want to get a general idea of what is happening here, and maybe this is for you too, a confirmation somehow. So anyways, we have Apache Tears with number 5. It's interesting that you have 2 5s here. Yeah, and another 5. So there's a lot of change happening. How am I gonna lay these out? Okay, we're gonna have to move you. Can you see? Yes. So there's clearly a lot of change, and maybe the dynamic in this relationship changed up really quickly. It might have been a very like fast-paced relationship that left you kind of in a whirlwind. At one moment it was super like lively, and the next it was super silent. Like, there's a switch up that happened here real quick, like a real massive change, and maybe even right now there's a huge change happening in the dynamic between the two of you, or just in your personal life, the way you saw that relationships. So take it as it applies. We also have turquoise here, so I'm going to read from the guidebook for this because I don't really know these cards that well, but there's also another 5 here, and so I kind of get the sense that this relationship may have changed your connection to the divine or your connection to your spirit in some way. Like it may have awakened you, it may have led to something along those lines. I'm also getting the sense that, again, when we were talking about communication, there's definitely something here that your heart wants to communicate either to you, like your heart wants to let you know something or bring some clarity to you, or your heart has a message for this other person and you never got the chance to open up about it. And whatever that is, if you want to put that into this candle, you can definitely do that. Like if you don't want to actually talk to this person again, but you still want to get this off your chest, then pause this video and just look into this candle and get whatever it is that you wanted to get off your chest into that candle. So yeah, let's get the guidebook for this. Okay, so we have Apache tears, and you know, with the fact that there's tears, maybe there's still some tears that need to be shed. Maybe there's, and it's kind of interesting, this crystal looks kind of like my obsidian here, so maybe keeping some obsidian around you can help you process through this. But we have letting go of grief, recovering from the past, releasing pain so old wounds heal. Often our purpose starts to reveal itself in times of rejection. As the conscious universe whispers, you will see this through a different set of eyes one day, I promise. Know that the conscious universe is allying with you even now, eagerly supporting you in your opening to the fulfillment and joy that you were born to feel. When Apache tears spirit appears, it is calling you to recognize that losses and even betrayals come bearing unexpected gifts. So maybe for some of you there was like some dishonesty, some cheating, some betrayal that happened, and that might be why we felt that like chaotic energy in the beginning and then just silence. And you may have been left wondering, if this was you who got betrayed, you may have been left wondering like, what the hell happened? And like, why'd you switch up on me like that, you know? And you're not even gonna tell me, like, you're not gonna be honest, you're not gonna communicate with me. Like, you may have just felt burnt by that situation. But Spirit is telling you that, I mean, this is not always, of course, it's not always fun to hear this, but truly, when we experience that betrayal, it does open us up in many ways. Like, I can only speak from my personal experience, but that betrayal can lead to great epiphanies about yourself, to understand how your own boundaries may have been extremely poor, how you may have been settling for less than what you deserved, how you may have been settling for a relationship. Or maybe even for some of you, this might not even have been a relationship. This may have just been a situationship. Like, whatever, take it how it resonates, obviously. But whatever the case may be, that betrayal can always lead to us understanding more about ourselves and seeing ourselves and where we may be accepting behavior and treatment that is not in alignment with us, that isn't actually healthy, or that isn't good for us. They can break your heart open and send you on a mission to live more fully, more lovingly, more meaningfully. Much goodness is coming your way. So hold on and hold fast to the truth that you have a destiny unfolding before you. Recognize the conscious universe as your ally in co-creating something so much better than what you are experiencing now. Clear space by releasing the past and washing away the old with your tears, you do not need to hold on to old emotions. Yeah, babe, cry. Like, wow, I don't even know why I came out like that, because I don't talk like that, but you just need to cry. You need a good cry, is what I'm hearing. I don't speak like that, I swear. But clearly your spirit guides want you to know, like, you need to cry. You gotta get this stuff off your chest. You gotta get those tears out and let it be. All right, 50. With Seraphos green quartz. So something I know about quartz in general is very healing and grounding for us, and is very protective too of our energies, and it can generally like help uplift our mood. So maybe right now you just need something around you that's going to help uplift your mood, to take your mind off of this person. Or this could again be that you need something to help you connect back to your heart space, so that you can empty the sadness and the grief that may be held in there, and experience the beauty and the love that's in your life right now. So life on life's terms, joie de vivre, I don't know how to say that, and acceptance of our place in the world, heaven on earth, what is meant to be. The rigidity you felt when pushing for what you desired is absent now, as you are coming to accept that what is cannot be changed, at least not yet. This moment must be experienced exactly as it is, so that you may see your relationships with clarity. Being honest about what you can change and what you can't is a big step towards co-creating what you desire and deserve. So be present, let the tears flow. Wow, another thing you're talking about, letting the tears flow. You've got to cry. Like, there's a lot of grief that you're holding on to, and our tears can be so powerful. I know they help me. Like, crying, a good cry really does help. So I feel like that's definitely what you need, pile one. And rest assured that the conscious universe is your ally. There's far more love coming your way than you can even begin to imagine. That is what I was feeling too. I'm getting the sense that you may have had an idea of who this person was, or of how this relationship should have unfolded. And when it didn't unfold that way, or when that person showed their true colors, it may have shocked you. And maybe that's where this frustration comes from, because it's like, who are you even? Like, you know, take this as it applies. But yeah, for some of you, I feel that. And you're being called to see people as they are, and just observe, like really observe somebody. Because I've also learned that when you observe someone truly, like from unbiased perspective, like even if you like this person, try to remove yourself from that attraction and just observe their behaviors and see who they show up as. Because I'm getting the sense that that was one of the lessons that you were meant to learn. We're still going to look into the tarot and all that, but just from this is what I'm getting. Storytelling, reframing, a different way of perceiving. So the other thing too is like, perhaps you need to change the way you're looking at this situation, or something around the story that you're telling yourself about this situation, because perhaps you've been victimizing yourself, and maybe it's now time to start. I feel like there's a lot of things that have been left unsaid here, specifically on your end. And it's like your time to be the storyteller. So get your words out there. Maybe you need to write out all the things that you have left unsaid to this person. And even if they never see it, like, still write it out. Each of us, but maybe I need to read that. Each of us can experience the same event differently, because all of us are coming from different vantage points. Know too that as you change, so will your perspective and the message. The story of a relationship may change over time as you come to recognize and accept your role in the dynamic. Be brave and acknowledge your mistakes, but also the remarkable work you have done. to learn from them and heal your past. Reframing what happened can help you move forward with greater wisdom and strength. If you are seeking a relationship, think about the story you have written about why you haven't yet found the partnership you yearn for. Have you focused only on the details about your shortcomings or challenges and forgotten your strengths and all that you have done right? Now is a time to reconsider your story so that you can write the best one for you. Maybe some of you are looking for a new relationship, like you're trying to release this past one and move on to a new one, and Spirit is calling you to take some time to fully process through this and recognize that the new relationship doesn't have to be anything like the old. So what do you want in this new relationship? And start writing about that and bring your focus there instead of focusing on the past situation. Hello, pile one. I'm jumping in. So as I was filming the extended, I had to take a break to eat, and Spirit gave me a message that if you are the person that you're watching this and you are the one that did the betraying, then one, I feel like you need to explore why you did that, and not from a place of judgment, but from a place of understanding yourself, coming to understand your actions and where they're stemming from. I also feel like there may be a fear of commitment with you, and exploring why you have this fear of commitment or where it's coming from is going to help you to uncover the financial roadblocks that you may have had in your life or the stability issues that you may have had in your life. The other thing I was getting is that if you're this person, like if this doesn't apply to you, I'm going to put timestamp, skip it. But if you are the person who had you were the one that betrayed the other person, then you are probably still attracted to this. And that doesn't mean that this isn't your pile. That just means that you're going to have to sift through the messages. And I feel like the one thing that you need to focus on is, again, understanding why you did that, coming to the root of that issue, and also forgiving yourself for having done that. Through understanding the root of why you did that and the root of your commitment issues, if that's the case, which I feel like it is, you can come to this place of forgiving yourself. And by walking that journey of forgiving yourself, one, I feel like you're going to start to explore your own shadows and your own demons. And that is really important, because if you're trying to get back into this person's life, whoever you betrayed, if you're trying to get back into that person's life, you need to have something solid to offer that person. You need to be a solid person. And in order for that to happen, you need to explore your demons. Like, you have to do this inner work yourself. Like, you can't just rely on that person to be your light or to bring you light. And I know this might sound harsh, and I don't mean it to. Like, it's genuinely coming from a place of love and from spirit. This is the message I got, that I needed to include this, because for some of you, you may have been attracted to this pile, and you may have been the one who did the betraying. So yeah, like, take that as it applies, but you definitely need to do your healing. And only once you have healed and forgiven yourself, or at least you're on that path, that you can offer something stable to that other person, should you reconnect with them if that's what you want. Because if you are trying to reconnect with them, I get the feeling that you should hold off until you have something stable to offer them. And I mean, of course, this is going to very much depend on the dynamic of your relationship, because some people don't mind helping others through difficulties, but you need to be transparent about that. So like, if you are trying to come into that person's life and you haven't done your healing, but you recognize that and you're trying to work through it, then I would say be transparent to this person, to whoever this person is. Be transparent to them and let them know that, hey, like, I know I effed up. I didn't mean to. And I would really just like to work through this. Like, I'm just trying to work through it. And not from a place of trying to manipulate the situation or anything like that, or manipulate emotion, none of that stuff. but genuinely. Like, if you do not genuinely feel like you're trying to work through it, then probably just don't even approach them. But if you are genuinely trying to improve and like better yourself and heal through this, because everybody's life is different and everybody has different circumstances growing up, and I feel like this could have stemmed from your childhood, this lack of commitment or like fear of commitment. And yeah, everybody's situation is different, so I'm not here to judge you. I'm just delivering the message that I got from Spirit is like, if you're going to go to that person, have something stable, or at the very least be transparent about the fact that you have this issue and you're trying to work on it. And you know, if you want help from that person, like ask them, I don't know, like you just need to be transparent and honest. Like honesty is big. So if you have betrayed this person in the past, you need to be incredibly honest with them. Like you've got to show up with full transparency and honesty. That's, yeah, that was coming through big for you. Now let's jump back into this reading. All right, now let's get into your tarot. So the first thing we're going to look at is why this person came into your life. Why did this person come into your life? I think that was the Five of Wands again. So clearly that person came into your life to show you something about your boundaries and allowing people to challenge you unchecked. That's coming through. All right, let's see. Why did this person come into your life? Why did this person come into pile one's life? Thank you. We have the Ten of Cups. That's very interesting. And the Four of Pentacles on the bottom. The first thing I'm getting with this is that this person came in to show you that you can fill your own cups and that you don't need somebody else. That you don't need to rely on somebody else to feel fulfilled and happy in life. That you can go about bringing your own fulfillment. The other thing that's coming through is that it came to show you where in your life you needed to pour in that love so you can feel fulfilled. And also that you don't need to hold on to anybody or any one relationship or any one thing to feel fulfilled. Like, and to show you that you are your main source of happiness. You are your main source of fulfillment. You are your main source of love. And you don't need this other person. Like, you have all the love within you. You have all the things that you want within you to live a fulfilling life. And of course, that doesn't mean that we don't want relationships. And I think actually that this person is showing you what you want in a relationship, what you want in order to feel stable and secure in a relationship without feeling codependent. Like, I just feel like this person was meant to show you a lot about your own happiness, and where maybe you've been handing off your own happiness into other people's hands, into other circumstances, into your family, into just the other people around you, where you may have been waiting on them to bring you happiness and fulfillment. Like, that's what this person was, why this person came into your life, is to show you those things. And I also feel like they came into your life to bring some joy in there, because maybe the beginning of this relationship was fun and it was like joyful, and maybe it was to just bring that joy into your life so you can recognize that you want this joy but in a healthy relationship. I definitely do get the feeling though that this person came into your life to show you what you crave in a deep emotional relationship, or what you want and what you desire in that, and to bring that, because even if it didn't last, it gave you a taste of what that emotional fulfillment might look like for you. And I feel like that's why they came in, is to bring you that taste, to bring you that preview, however you want to look at it, to get you to see what you want in relationships. And also so that you can start to challenge, or not challenge, but like start to look at where you may have been holding on to relationships too tightly, and your ideals in a relationships, to really like challenge your ideals in a relationship, the things that you might be looking at, because maybe they're a bit too perfectionist, or they might be unrealistic, like just to explore those things. Obviously, I'm not saying that your desires are all unrealistic, but like this person may have come in to shake those things up a little bit, and so that you don't cling on to or hold on to somebody out of fear of losing them, but rather you come to find that love within yourself, so you feel fulfilled within. Okay, let's find out the purpose behind this relationship. What is the purpose behind this relationship? Or what was the purpose behind this relationship? I said is, so maybe there's some unfinished business here, but let's see. Okay, there's definitely... the card came out as I said that, so there's definitely some unfinished business here, and maybe that's where the communication, all that stuff is coming through. If you don't want to have to deal with this person again, you have free will, so you don't really have to. But yeah, let's take a look. We have the 5 of Swords coming up. So another 5, that's pretty crazy. The purpose behind this was for sure change. And with the 5 of Swords, I feel like it's to heal your inner child. This connection seems almost divinely guided. And it might not apply to everybody. But it may have, for some of you, it may have been like sort of fated or divinely guided in some way. There's definitely like a spirit guide here that's trying to help you process through your childhood wounds. And that was the purpose of this relationship, is to help you see those wounds and to help you start to bring love to those things and take care of those things. And I get the sense that it also has to do with conflict. Like, I feel another purpose of this relationship is to help you deal with conflict and not run away from it, but strengthen yourself to be able to stand your ground in the face of conflict. And this could be like small conflicts or big conflicts. Small conflicts like, I want this thing and this person wants this thing. How can we come together to both express our wants and our desires, but find a middle ground? Or big conflicts of like, okay, clearly we want two very completely different things out of life. Like with peace and love, we can let each other go and allow each other to explore those two different things. However this applies, but this person's purpose was to show you and teach you that. Or the purpose behind this relationship, rather. I'm also getting a few other things. One, that this was meant to teach you when to walk away. When to walk away when your worth is not there or being valued. When to walk away from a situation that is no longer serving you or is not healthy for you. So maybe you are the one who walked away, like, you know, if that applies. But even if it doesn't, like this, the purpose behind this relationship was to teach you that you can walk away, to teach you that you can value yourself, like you can be worthy. Basically what I'm trying to say here, what I'm trying to say here is that this was to teach you that you are worthy and you can establish boundaries. And if those boundaries are not respected, that you can walk away. And it was to get you to see your own worth. That you are far more worthy than you may have previously been seeing yourself as. Because I feel like from your childhood, there may have been these patterns of not seeing your worth. And I'm getting a really, holy crap, like all of a sudden I just got a wave of deja vu. And that's never happened to me during a reading, so like what? look up the spiritual meaning of deja vu, because that might be significant for some of you guys. But I feel like the purpose of this relationship was to get you to see your own worth, to get you to stop settling for less than what you deserve, and to start healing your inner child, because I feel like your inner child may have had programmings where you weren't allowed to speak up or to set boundaries or to establish healthy boundaries or to like speak your piece, basically. Like there's something here dealing with communication. This was really heavily to help you learn how to communicate your boundaries and to walk away when they are not respected or valued, or when you are not being respected or valued. And just definitely to do with the boundaries and the communication, and where maybe you stay silent in the face of conflict, or where maybe you avoid speaking your truth out of this fear of conflict. Like the purpose behind this was to show you that like you have these thoughts, you have these feelings, you're gonna have to express them. And if it causes conflict, it causes conflict. That's okay. But you have to speak your piece, and that's one of the things that the purpose behind this relationship. And again, because this is a 5, I feel like the purpose was to change things up. Like we saw with the 10 of Cups here. Oh yeah, we have 9 of Swords at the bottom of the deck. Like to shake up your beliefs and your thoughts, like to really get you to bring attention or bring awareness to any limiting thoughts that may be circulating your mind, and how you may have been devaluing yourself based on thoughts that weren't even real, that may have been programmed in you from childhood. So let's also see the lessons you're meant to learn from this relationships. What lesson is pile 1 meant to learn from this relationship? Let's see, 1 card for a lesson they're meant to learn from this relationship. I get the feeling that you already know the lessons that you're meant to learn, and that you're already walking that path, you're already learning them, and that you're doing a lot of this healing work already. So let's see, we have, I love that this came out, because this is confirming what we were feeling with the 5 of Swords here. We have the 8 of Cups and the Hermit. And also what I got with the 10 of Cups here too. Like the lessons you were meant to learn is when to walk away. When you're not feeling fulfilled, when you are not being poured into, when you are not being valued, you walk away from this situation. So I'm really feeling for this pile that you walked away from it. But if you didn't, it was the lesson that you're meant to learn was to walk away from it, is to see your worth and to walk away when you're not being valued, and to spend time with yourself. The other lesson that you're meant to learn here is to enjoy your company, to walk away from bad company and start to enjoy your company, so you're not settling for less than what you deserve. So you don't settle for relationships that aren't valuable just because you're lonely. You're meant to, like, the lesson you're meant to learn here is that you can enjoy your own company, and only if somebody brings you that peace or brings that joy into your life. Like, if, of course, not every, like, let me backtrack. Not every relationship is always going to be joyous. Even great relationships have their dips. But what I'm seeing is that by spending time and enjoying time with yourself and learning to be in your own company. By the way, I'm smelling a lot of food. So maybe you guys need to take yourselves out for food. But anyways, by being in your own company and by enjoying your own company, you don't feel the need to put up with behaviors or people who aren't worth it, who don't pour into you, who don't value you. And that way you leave room for those who do. That way you leave room for relationships that are valuable, that do value you. With the Hierophant here, it's like the lesson you're meant to learn is by walking away from this, you can walk towards where you are valued, towards a committed relationship. If you want like a traditional style relationship with marriage and stuff like that, or just like a higher committed relationship, a relationship where you are being committed to and where there's actual commitment, because you're spending time with yourself and you're learning that lesson to walk away, you're bringing in that commitment. Yeah, you're definitely meant to learn a lot of lessons around committing to yourself. Yes, committing to yourself, pile one. Being able to walk away and commit to yourself and know your worth and know your value. Like the same things that we got with here. Those were the lessons that you were meant to learn from this. Because the Hermit talks about going within, the quest for deeper knowledge by going within and lighting your own path. So the other thing I'm getting with this is the lesson you were meant to learn was to light your own path. Be your own light. You don't need to look to others to be that guiding light for you. For you, pile one, I'm getting the sense that like this is also heavily tied into your purpose here. Not that we're going to get into that in this reading, but like I feel like this relationship has a lot to do with awakening you to your purpose and showing you that you are your source of light, that you are your guiding light, if that makes sense. Like you're meant to learn how to trust yourself, how to have faith in yourself, how to believe in yourself and believe in your inner guidance to bring you to the outcomes that you want. This was really about learning lessons around trusting yourself to know when to walk away and where to place your energy. Trusting and having faith in your inner knowledge and in your wisdom. I get the sense that this relationship was not like like I've said, was meant to awaken you. It was definitely something along those lines. It was an awakening. It may have been a little bit of a rude awakening, but it was meant to awaken you to your higher power, your higher purpose, awaken you to the depths of you, like so that you can start to explore the depths of you, so you can start to really build that character by going within. Like character development is also what I'm hearing with that, so take that as it applies. But yeah, like this was meant to bring you to you. It has nothing to do with this other person. This person was just a catalyst in this relationship. And I was getting the feeling that they're meant to come back around for some of you. And I feel like if it does come back around, and if you have been feeling that, and that person does, it's only to show you how far you have already come and how much you no longer need this person and how you can fully release this person and walk away from it. And if that person does come back around, I feel like anything that you are currently still holding on to will be exposed through that. It's not because they're meant to stay. Of course, you have free will, do what you please, but it's more so that you can explore any attachments that you may currently have. So now, let's take a look at what blessings are coming from this. What blessings are coming through this? Let's just see that. Ooh, I love that this came up. The Nine of Cups is all about wish fulfillment. So the blessings that's coming in is wish fulfillment. Like you're getting your wish. Your wish is being fulfilled. Somebody far more stable, this is irrelevant of gender or sex or whatever. Somebody far more fulfilling, far more stable, far more reliable is the blessing that's coming in. But it could also be that you are becoming far more stable, far more reliable. and that your wishes are coming true. Like, I see like stability, security, the things that you wanted in a relationship, right? Like you want this stability and security. That's the things that are coming in. That's what you're being blessed with, because your own energy is becoming much more stable and much more confident, far more secure in yourself. Like through this journey and through learning these lessons, you're becoming far more stable and secure in yourself, which is then leading you to attract that into your life as well. And yeah, like if you have any wishes that you want, set them in this candle, because you got the wish fulfillment card. So make a wish right now, because that's the blessing that's coming in. Whatever you're wishing for, it's coming in. The blessing is literally that you no longer need somebody else to fill your cups for you, that you are well on your way. I feel like this is also confirming for some of you who have been doing this work and who have been releasing and doing this healing work. This is confirming that you are on your way to your ultimate happiness, to your 10 of Cups moment. And the blessing that this is bringing is that, like, you don't need anybody else. Like, you got you love you truly. Like, this is the blessing, is like loving yourself. You may have been walking a self-love journey, and I guess that makes sense with your original thing of listening to the whispers inside your heart, because that's leading you to this ultimate loving of yourself, this self-love. And I feel like that's exactly what's happening for you here. That's the blessing that's coming in, is that you're loving yourself. And so you no longer need to put up with this bullshit. You no longer need to put up with people's poor behavior, because you're like, nah, cut, like, I don't need you. You are not good for me. Like, bye. I love me, and I'm gonna stand in my power. And I know my worth, so I'm not going to settle for less than what I deserve. Like, that's the blessing that's coming in, and I find that to be so freaking beautiful for you guys, Pile 1. I love where this is going for you, Pile 1. I'm really excited to see what comes up in your extended, because just based on what we're seeing here, I feel like there's going to be a lot of stuff coming up in your extended. So let's see now what you need in order to process through this breakup. And so we're going to take 2 cards. One is for if you just broken up with this person, and the other one is for if you've been broken up but you haven't been able to let go of them. So what does Pile 1 need to process through if they've just broken up from this relationship? What does Pile 1 need to process this breakup if they just broke up? We have the Ace of Cups. Okay, so a new love. Let me get the other one and then I'll talk about this. So what does Pile 1 need to process through this breakup if they've been broken up but can't seem to forget this person? Queen of Pentacles. Okay, so with this Ace of Cups, I'm getting a few things. The first thing is that like we said with the Apache tears and all the tears stuff, any emotions that you may have been holding on to, you need to allow them to flow out of your cup. So any tears that you may be suppressing, any emotions that you may have been suppressing in your heart, especially, because the cups are also related to the heart, those need to be they need to flow out. They need to be released. So the first thing that you need to process this breakup is to release the emotions that you may have been carrying and holding on to. Those could be grief, hate, anger, or it could even be love. Like, you may have really loved this person, or had a lot of deep feelings for this person, and maybe those are the things that you need to release. The other thing that I'm getting is that if you did feel love for this person, that love was not a mistake. If anything, it was just a catalyst to bring you deeper to loving yourself. So the other thing is not seeing it as a mistake. And I guess that makes sense with, I think it was turquoise, the message that was coming up of like rewriting the way you see this, or restructuring it. So no longer seeing it as a mistake, but rather seeing it as I'm hearing evolution. So seeing it as your evolution, seeing it as a catalyst into your evolution, seeing it as a beautiful thing that, you know, well, maybe it wasn't so beautiful, but like something that brought you closer to yourself. And the other thing I'm getting with this is like self-love, really pouring into you. What do you feel called to experiencing? What do you feel called to try? Pouring love into yourself. That's what I see with this Ace of Cups here. Is like, what do you need in order to process this breakup? You need to pour love back into yourself, honey. Like, you gotta care for yourself. You've got to do a lot of like self-care, really evaluating what your needs are. And the other thing, like I got as soon as this card came out, was new love. So maybe you need to create some space for new love to come in, because I kind of get the feeling, just based off your blessing, is that there is some new love on the way. There is a new opportunity for love here, and creating space for that by releasing and purging these emotions that you may have been holding on to with this person are gonna allow for that love to come in much quicker. And so moving on from that, like if you have been broken up but you haven't been able to get this person out of your mind, we have the Queen of Pentacles here. And with that, I'm getting the sense that like this is about you stepping into your worth. So in order to process this breakup, you've got to start seeing your worth, start seeing your value, and start standing in that worth. No longer accepting, even from other people, like friends, relatives, like whatever the situation is, not accepting things that disrespect you, that don't make you feel worthy, not accepting behaviors that don't make you feel worthy or that somehow disrespect you. For some of you, this may also look like getting in shape or exercising or physically releasing these things, making yourself feel good in your body, in your physical space. What do you need to do right now that you can to help you feel good in your physical space, in your material world? You know, this could be up-leveling in your finances, really focusing on your business or your work or your career, taking your mind off of this person by pouring your energy into your material world, by pouring your energy back into you. So it's sort of similar to this, but in the sense of like more of a focus on your material world, your money, your physical health, your day-to-day habits. And I'm also hearing your style. So maybe some of you have been feeling called to change up your style, and that could be something that helps you process through this. It's like trying a different style or getting ready, putting effort into yourself, putting effort into your appearance. All those things can help you process through this. And still, because the Queen of Pentacles is still an emotional card, the queens in general still have emotional connection. So it's like, yes, doing this emotional releasing and emotional work as well, but not just focusing on your emotions, focusing on your physical world as well for you. Now we're going to take any last message from Spirit, and then we're going to look at your oracle cards to see what else. And before I close your reading, I'm also going to take tarot cards to see what Spirit wants to talk to you about in the extended. So we'll clear these tarot cards and see what Spirit wants to talk to you in the extended. But right now I just want to see if there's any additional messages that Spirit wants to give you. Thank you. We have the Four of Swords in reverse. So I feel like you may have been isolating yourself for a while, and Spirit's really saying that now is the time for you to come out of isolation. That's kind of interesting. I'm getting the sense that if you have already been doing this work, which for many of you I feel like you have, this is the time to come out of isolation. This is the time to explore. Maybe you need to go on some dates. Maybe you need to pour energy into yourself and look, you know, your best, and go out there and meet new people and socialize and you know, have new experiences. I really get the sense that like your message here is to get out there, come out of isolation. And yeah, and like you've done a lot of reflecting. Now is the time to put those reflections into action, is what I'm hearing. So let's see your oracle. We have raccoon here, and it came reversed, so I'm actually going to keep it reversed. We then have Parvati. We have Kali. Ooh, I love this. And we have, wow, you guys have so much feminine energy here. So, and also because we have the Queen of Pentacles, this is regardless of gender. This has nothing to do with gender, but I feel like tapping into your feminine energy will really help you see your worth. Radha, okay, definitely for some of you, there is a new fun relationship coming in, but I also get the sense that I'm going to read the guidebook for raccoon, but dropping the mask, like I feel like you guys are becoming so much more authentic. I feel like you are leaning so much more into your dark feminine, and you're really not putting up with anything. And if you aren't doing that right now, I feel like you're well on your way to getting there. Like you are really establishing those boundaries. It's like you're a very loving person, you're a very caring person, and you're going to be very loving and caring to those people that you feel deserve it in your life. But you are not about to put up with any type of bullshit. You're not about to let people just walk over you or mince words and like play you for a fool, basically, like play games with you. Like you're not about that anymore. You're not about the games. You're not about the childish behaviors. Like you're putting your foot down. You're seeing your worth. You're really transforming, I feel like. And though you might be playful and like enjoy that playfulness, I also get the sense that there's a deep power to you, pile one. We have health here, so focus on your health. Yeah, definitely with the Queen of Pentacles and health coming up, be sure to take care of your health. Don't sacrifice your health for like money and for your career. Like, yes, your career and money is important, but make sure you take care of your health as well, because that's equally as important. Yeah, that did come reversed. So for some of you, like, really pay attention to your health right now. Take extra care of your health. Ooh, we have beauty here as well with number 4 and 30 here. So these numbers could be significant for you, but if not, it's just like take care of your beauty, pour into that, and see your beauty, like see your natural beauty. See how you're already such a beautiful individual naturally, that even if you don't do anything, you have this beauty within you, and that can shine through. We then have loving compassion. So, and this is 16, which is a 7, and these two also break into a 7. So perhaps coming back to your spirituality, spiritual practices could be really helpful. But with loving compassion, I'm getting the sense that like you can have love and compassion for yourself. You can have love and compassion for this person, because maybe this person has their own shadows, as do most people, that they're working through. And maybe you have still a lot of love for this person, but that doesn't mean that you have to be treated poorly. Like you can have loving compassion and still set boundaries. You can have loving compassion and still have your value and not settle for less. We're going to look at the guidebook for both of these. So we have unconditional love, empathy, compassion, care, friendliness, goodwill, benevolence, beyond duality, safe space, forgiveness through expanded perspectives, open-hearted joy. I'm feeling with this that through this shift in perspective, and by going within and really going through your journey, eventually you will come to this place of forgiving this person. And I feel like that forgiveness is really important, and sending love this person's way, regardless of what they did, sending them love will help you, because it's going to help your heart feel lighter. It's going to help release any anger and resentment that you may have been holding on to, and it'll make you feel better. So extending that love out to them, sending them that love will greatly benefit you, is what I'm hearing. With the raccoon, we have talented, shadowy, in hiding. I'm getting the sense that some of you need to pour into your creative work, or just have a creative outlet for yourself. Raccoon energy is at play within all artists, to greater or lesser degrees. At best, it indicates talent, tenacity, and skillfulness with a particular musical instrument or creative tool. Its shadow side points to an unresolved issue around self-image and success. Sometimes using a stage name or wearing a mask works in an artist's favor. Other times it limits creativity. Am I who my audience thinks I am? What if I'm ready to grow into something more? Raccoon energy won't let us off the hook until this creative ego fear is resolved. When in balance, generous friend, exceptional artist. When out of balance, competitive, starving artist. To bring into balance, make new work. I feel like it's like similar to this Queen of Pentacles message, where like pour into your endeavors, pour into creative works that excite you, that bring you joy. Really just like pour back into yourself and express yourself more authentically. I feel like if you have something to say, say it. Learn how to say it, I guess, in a way that is going to be like received, because there's a way we can deliver messages where it is better received than other ways. I hope that makes sense. Like, we can deliver a message, even a difficult message, in a way that is well received, versus, or we can deliver it in a way where the other person completely doesn't receive it, and that just causes more issues. I hope that makes sense. Anyways, all right, so we have Parvati here, goddess of devotion, love, and yoga. I felt like I needed to read this for you guys. You pull upon Parvati when you've taken immense action towards becoming your highest self. In Hindu mythology, Parvati was in love with unattainable Shiva, or Shiv, who was deep in the mountains practicing yoga and detached from the material world. She knew he needed the feminine to bring him down to earth, but he was totally inaccessible. Instead of begging and pleading, Parvati decided to become her highest self and seek enlightenment through yoga. Her family objected, saying women cannot become yogis, but she headed to the mountains anyways, where she stood in a frigid stream balancing on one leg for unaccountable months or years. Eventually, Shiva felt her immense energy and fell in love with her because of her strength and determination. Parvati represents commitment to practice, unbreakable willpower, and the power of self-transformation. Continue your journey towards enlightenment. I really feel that's relevant for you guys, because it's like you are transforming, and by continuing to be your highest self, you will attract in all that resonates with that and all that you want in your life. And you won't have to beg for it. You won't have to plead the universe. It will just come in. You draw upon Kali when you are, goddess of destruction, disillusion, and ecstasy. You draw upon Kali when you are in a time of radical rebirth. She is fierce, erratic, untamed, the part of you that you're afraid to give full control because you don't know where it will take you. She will destroy all disillusion and bring you face to face with your darkest shadows, not to cause anguish, but rather from a deep place of love. She demolishes the ego that creates the boundary between you and your highest self. That's coming through again. She's the ecstasy experienced in an orgasm, meditation, bold self-expression, or pushing a child out of the womb. Kali comes to you in a time of deep liberation, stepping into the true form of you. Trust the process and allow yourself to release all limitations so you can become one with the bliss that you are. And with that, I also get the sense that, like, allowing yourself to experience bliss, this is not an 18 plus reading, but if you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. Allow yourself to help yourself. Anyways, this is just like, experience that bliss in life. Really, like, let go of the worries and just kind of like embrace that bliss. I hope that makes sense. Radha, goddess of passionate love and longing. Clearly, you guys have a lot of passion and a lot of love, and I feel like you just need to express that. Are you in love? You very well may be soon. Radha is the goddess of euphoric bliss and deep surrender when you gaze into the eyes of your lover. She's the passionate lover of Krishna who gave up everything to be in his arms. Radha represents the desire to merge with your beloved and lose yourself in the utter ecstasy that is love. If you aren't already in love, it's well on its way and already occurring all around you. Allow yourself to lose yourself in the divine dance of romance, for love is just you experiencing your own soul in another body. I definitely feel that's confirming the fact that there's new love coming in for you, pile one. Yeah, we're gonna dive deep into that in the extended and see what that's all about and who that person is and all that sort of stuff. I also feel with Radha, it's like, allow yourself to experience love. Like, so many people, out of this fear of the love going away or burning out or whatever, limit their experience in love. But it's like, no, let yourself experience that. Let yourself have that love. If anything, it just adds to your life experience and your life story. Don't limit your experience of love out of fear. So now let me clear away all of this so that we can see what the extended what message Spirit wants to give to you in the extended. All right, Spirit, what message do you want to give pile one in the extended reading? What do you want to talk about with pile one in the extended reading? Can we get a few cards to see what you want to talk about with pile one in the extended? All right, thank you. And ooh, I love that this came up, the Two of Cups. Yeah, for sure, we're about to dive into what exactly is going on for you in your love life coming up, because there's clearly, I mean, that was evident in your reading. And with the Ten of Cups here, it's coming up again. Like, there's definitely somebody coming in, and yeah, so in the extended, I feel like Spirit wants to talk to you about temptations. This could be this person that you've released or you're working to release, this breakup, trying to come back in, and some sort of temptation happening here. But I feel like Spirit is asking you to focus on your fulfillment, to focus on the things that you want, and to not give any attention to the outside or third party interference or any of that. I also feel like for some of you, this could be highlighting your work, that there might be significant partnerships coming in for you. So your career can also be coming up in the extended. And yeah, I definitely feel like Spirit wants to talk to you about this new love and this person and any temptations that they may bring back into you. Because I kind of get the sense that this person is trying to come back in, and I don't know, like, of course you have free will, like, do what you want to do, but I don't know about this person. So yeah, that's what we're going to see in the extended. And of course, you're not going to know this, but once I'm done with the extended, we will then do the meditation with your candle. So if you just wait, I will do that meditation once the candle is, or once I'm done with this extended part. So if you aren't joining me in the extended and you're leaving me here, thank you so much for watching this reading. I'm really grateful to have you here and to have read for you. I hope this really helps you in processing through this breakup and to coming back to yourself. If this reading resonated with you, please give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. If you want to see more, be sure to hit the bell icon so you're notified when I upload. If you want to book a tarot or birth chart reading, check out my website. And I'm sending you lots of love and light, and I'll catch you in another reading or video. Bye. So pile one, now that we have done your reading and you have set your intentions into this candle and released anything that you wanted to release into this candle, I'm going to blow it out. And by blowing it out, may your intentions come true for your highest good, for the highest good of the collective, and may your desires come true as well. May you release all the burdens that you've released into this candle, or you set the intention to release. May all the release happen for you in the highest way and for your highest good, and may Spirit come through and bless you in your life and allow you to find this beautiful love and relationship for your highest good. Thank you. Hello, pile 2. You've chosen this affirmation. Well, actually, you got 3 affirmation cards and this tea light candle. So before we start your reading officially, we're going to light this. And by lighting this, throughout this reading, you can set intentions into this candle. Anything you want to release, you can set that into this candle. Anything you pour into this candle, may it come true for your highest good, or may it be released for your highest good in the highest way possible. Thank you, Spirit. All right, now let's see your card, or your cards. So, before we get into these cards, I had a lot of messages that came up for you right before your reading, and while I was shuffling these as well. One thing that I got was that clearly Spirit is trying to communicate with you. Like, Spirit really has a lot to say to you. Your spirit guides have been trying to communicate with you. Also, a birthday might be significant for some of you. Maybe you have a birthday coming up, or somehow a birthday is relevant to this breakup. So take that as it resonates. That might not resonate for all of you. One second, let me check that this is straight. I also feel like because I'm making so many adjustments during your pile, that possibly you have been making a lot of adjustments in your life, or that you're being called right now to make some major adjustments into your life. Because I didn't have to do that for pile 1, and I usually don't have to, but there's clearly something divine at work in your life right now. And when I was shuffling these cards, I had the intention for all the other piles, there's only 1 card that came out. I had the intention of only 1 card coming out, and yet 3 came out, and more were coming out, but I had to limit myself to 3. I can't take the whole deck. So yeah, like, that's where I was getting that feeling that your spirit guides and Spirit is trying to communicate with you, because they really want messages to be sent your way, and they have a lot to say. And I felt like your pile drew the most attention. So right now, I also feel like the other thing I got is that this breakup is somehow like ushering you into your most powerful era. And even if it happened a while ago, I feel like that's irrelevant, because the work that you're doing through this is ushering you into your most powerful era. Like, I really got that sense that you're gonna be somehow in the spotlight, whether that's like on a grand scale or on a small scale, take it as it applies to your situation, but somehow you're gonna be in the spotlight, and Spirit just wants you to know, like, you're entering a really powerful time, pile 2. And even if this happened a while back, it's irrelevant, because it has more to do with the work that you're putting into yourself and the healing that you're doing that is then ushering you into this. And I get the sense that something about this breakup, and I don't know, in your pile, I'm getting the sense that this breakup wasn't even, or isn't even a big focus. Like, Spirit really wants you to focus on you, because it seems like you're going through a metamorphosis and a mega transformation, and like a glow up, and just you're becoming extremely magnetic, but I think that's happening because you're becoming fed up. You're becoming fed up with the cycles or the routines that you've been in, or the people that you keep attracting, or the situations that have been surrounding your life, specifically your love life. I feel like you're getting fed up somehow, and through this you're like, all right, enough is enough. I need to make changes. And boy, oh boy, are you glowing up and making some major changes in your life. And like your energy is clearly just magnetic. Like through when I was shuffling for the 4 piles, I kept being drawn to your pile in specific. Like you're just becoming magnetic. I get that feeling that your energy is just becoming super, super magnetic and powerful. And you have the divine guidance around you. You have like a lot of divine energy around you. So try tapping into your spirit guides if you haven't already, or if you don't regularly, because I have a feeling that they have a lot to say to you, like we said earlier. Yeah, because I just felt like you were the main focus for your reading. Like I need to not focus on who is coming in and this person that you broke up with, and instead focus on you. We're still going to look into all the cards and stuff, but I really get the strong sense that this is about you. And for some of you, I got the message that this is about you committing to you. So yeah, with that being said, I'm sorry if that was really long, but there are so many messages that came through. Let's get into this. I envision my highest self and start showing up as her. That's regardless of gender, but maybe you need to visualize who your highest self is. Maybe you need to journal about it and start taking steps to show up as her or him. But what I'm really feeling from this is that this is exactly what your powerful era is about. Like you are stepping into your highest self and you're like being a badass. Like, yeah, I feel like you're becoming a badass, and like you're not taking negative or like rejection or negativity as like a roadblock, but rather as an opportunity of growth. Let's see. My future self can handle it. With this, I always think of the fact that it's not about the future self, it's about our current self. And our current self is building us up in the exact way that we need to in order to handle any situation that may come in the future. So we're building strength right now. And that's what I feel for you, is like all of this is you building strength right now. Oops. That's lotion. I am already abundant beyond measure. And I just feel like you're starting to see the abundance in your life. All right, so with this deck, we're going to first take a look at the overarching theme or your main message. What is the overarching theme around this breakup? So this could be like any messages that Spirit wants to give me about this breakup, any information, basically, just so. Okay, let's see. We have the Ace of Wands in reverse, and we also have the Four of Swords in reverse. Interesting. And then before I read, let's get a card from this deck to see the main message, an overarching theme of your breakup. And this, we have Pyrite. We also have turquoise. Interesting, that came out in the last pile. Some of you may have been drawn to pile 1 just because when I was shuffling your oracles, there was a bit of a similar, or a few of the cards that like tried to pop out were the same, but if that doesn't apply for you, just throw it out the window. So with the Ace of Wands being reversed here, the first thing that I'm getting is for some of you, this may have been a very fast-paced relationship, or one that introduced you to a lot of things. I'm also hearing foreign, so somehow I feel like this relationship felt foreign to you, or it was somehow foreign, or maybe you guys were foreign to each other. They may have been a foreigner, or you guys may have had completely different backgrounds and were learning a lot about each other's backgrounds. But yeah, foreign for some reason keeps coming up. Maybe the relationship itself was foreign to you. It was out of the norm of your normal relationship somehow. Again, like, I'm feeling there was something here about it being either short-lived or very passionate and like a lot of chemistry and a lot of spark and a lot of that sort of thing. I'm getting the sense that it required you to somehow step outside of your norm or your comfort zone, or it is now requiring you to make adjustments. It is now requiring you, or it was showing you that you needed to make adjustments in your life. Like, adjustments is coming up as well. For some of you, I'm feeling like you may be trying to move on too quickly without having fully dealt with this relationship. Yeah, I feel like that's confirmation for that. And maybe in terms of this relationship, there was a few false starts, or maybe there was a false start. I don't really know. Trying to maybe entertain other relationships in order to forget this person. That could be a possibility for some of you. Everybody's situation is going to be different around your breakup, but I just wanted to get a general idea. So now let's look at pyrite. But with the 4 and the 5 here, 45 could be significant somehow. Maybe you guys are a life path 4 or a life path 5 or even a life path 9. I'm just throwing out whatever I see here because it might resonate with some of you. But this could also be a shift in your foundation, a shift in what you saw or what you originally wanted in your foundation. Somehow foundational shift that is closing out a chapter for you is coming through this breakup. So let's look at inherent value, knowing your worth, self-appreciation, genuine abundance, and prosperity within. Pirate Spirit has a clear message for you. Observe and appreciate the inherent value in your experiences and relationships. Those small moments of joy as you interact with the ones you love. Those people around you who offer you support. Do you stop to appreciate the cumulative efforts of your relationships with those who enhance your life? Today is a perfect day to do so. And as you look at the inherent value of things, notice the wealth of wisdom you are gaining as a result of a variety of experiences with a diversity of people. Pay attention to whether your relationships have inherent value. Are some simply ones you have accumulated, perhaps even starting to detract from your life? If they have no inherent value, let them go, for you are meant to experience relationships rich in love and support. I feel like that has a lot to do with getting your spark back, because maybe this relationship kind of dimmed your spark or dimmed your light, or maybe because you gave too much. Like, this could take this as it applies, but this could also be that you had wounds in your own life that led you to attach to this person or to give too much attention to this person. Even if you weren't physically giving them that, you could have energetically been giving them a lot of attention or having them just run in your mind constantly, which could have led to drainage. And I almost feel like you may get attached to what glitters without looking deeper than the surface. Or there's just something about being attracted and entering romantic relationships for the spark, and then when it dies out, leaving. Like, you know, take what applies obviously, but you may go from relationship to relationship to look for a spark, to look for this. And I feel like that's what Spirit wants to call your attention to, that you may have been looking at the surface level of people and enjoying that first little bit of spark, but once it fizzles out, you might lose interest. So that might not be for all of you, but that's also coming through. Yeah, let's move on to see why this person came into your life. So, Spirit, why did this person that pile 2 has broken up with come into their life? why did this person come into pile 2's life? All right, we have 3 cards here. I don't know if I want to take 3 cards, but I guess since they came out like this. So we have the 2 of Cups, the Knight of Cups, and the 6 of Cups. So one thing right off the bat with the 6 of Cups, this may have felt like a soulmate connection or possibly a twin flame connection. If that doesn't resonate, leave it. But for some of you, this may have felt like that. It could also be that this relationship came in to bring love into your life. Because maybe, like we were saying with this original message, you may have been going from relationship to relationship and feeling that initial spark, and then when it dies out, trying to move on. And maybe this specific relationship came in to show you love, or to show you where in your life you're actually just seeking love, and how this could stem from childhood. A desire to be loved from childhood that wasn't fulfilled, and how much you crave love, and you're looking at it, or you're desiring this love but going about it in a way that's kind of leaving you burnt out because you're seeking for it from the wrong areas. Like, they really came in to show you love, to show you how to love, to let you experience love, even if it wasn't long lasting, or even if it was fleeting. Like, I feel like the relationship may have not everybody's situation is going to be different, but for some of you, this relationship may not have lasted very long, but the feelings that you have for this person may still be lingering really strongly. So even if it's been a long while, because for some of you, I'm getting the sense that it's been a while since you've separated from this person, and maybe you tried to rekindle something with this person, or something along those lines, and those feelings still haven't left. And that may have been that's why this person came into your life, was to give you those feelings of love, to let you experience that feeling so that you can explore it deeper, so that you can really start to build self-love. And something about this relationship may have felt very familiar. It may have felt very home-like. It may have triggered wounds from your childhood as well. It may have brought you back to your childhood, or in some way, it may have mirrored things back to you. I really strongly do feel like a soul connection here, or a twin flame. That might be why some of you were called to pile 1, because there was something similar there, but for you, I feel like it's slightly different. And you might be going through this period of wondering why you can't seem to get rid of this person from your thoughts or from your heart. You might just be struggling right now to understand why you can't seem to forget this person. And I really feel it's because you're meant to explore those feelings of love. You're meant to explore those feelings that have been awakened through this relationship. Whatever those feelings are, I feel like you're meant to explore them and dive deeper into them, and see how this might have something to do with your childhood and maybe your desire for love. And so you can start to value emotional connection over just chemistry. Chemistry is important, but emotional connection and intimacy is also just as important for stability and long-term growth in a relationship. And I feel like that's what this person was meant to show you, that just jumping into a relationship very quickly, you have that initial rush, but if things aren't properly stabilized, it'll fizzle out. And that, I feel like, is something you may have experienced a lot of. And so there's something that this person came, because we also have the Knight of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck, and that's why I'm feeling like this person came in to show you how to bring stability in with love, with chemistry and connection, how to stabilize those things. or that's why they came into your life, is to show you that, to give you those feelings, to help like expose that so you can explore it. I feel for some of you, you may even have a past life with this person, and that past life, you may have built up some karma or some situation that needed to be solved in this life. Obviously, if that doesn't resonate, forget it. Now let's see the purpose behind this relationship. Can we get one card to see? Thank you. Ooh, pile 2. What did I say when we first started this reading? You guys are going to be entering your most powerful era. And what is the purpose behind this relationship? 1, the Empress. This could be taken literally as if like having children could have been part of the purpose. Obviously, if that doesn't apply, don't take it. The other thing though I'm feeling is so that you can start to see your own worth and like to really embrace your feminine energy and to embrace that love and that vitality and nourish yourself, to nourish like the seeds that you plant, to nourish, to bring health and nourishment to your life. I feel like the purpose of this relationship was to revitalize you, like to water you in a way that helps you move forward, is what I'm hearing. I also get the sense, because we have the Hanged Man at the bottom of the deck, for some of you this could have been the purpose behind this could have been so you reconnect with your mother, or to reconnect with your feminine energy like we mentioned, but somehow mother is coming up, so maybe to heal any mother wounds or help you to see things from the feminine perspective, to see life through a different perspective, through a perspective that maybe you're not used to. So for example, if you've lived, which makes sense, you know, we all kind of grow up in this highly masculine world, and that's not a bad thing per se, but when we become one-sided and we only see things from the masculine perspective, we tend to, it like skews our perspective of life, and we tend to only experience life in one way. And I feel like another purpose of this could have been to bring you a different perspective, bring you that feminine perspective. And the fact that there's 2 major arcanas like this, I feel like the purpose was actually really big, or is really big. The purpose behind this relationship, again, even if the relationship was short-lived, that's irrelevant. The purpose behind this relationship was really big, and again, I feel that it was divinely guided somehow. Like there's a lot of divine intervention coming through with this. Another thing that I'm getting is that with the Empress here, this relationship's purpose could have been to help you mature, because we have the 6 of Cups here. So for some of you, like again, take this as it applies. Some of you may have met while you were very young. For others of you, maybe it's just that you had this youthful energy, but this person's purpose in your life was to help you not only retain that youthfulness, because there's nothing wrong with having that youthful energy, but to also learn stability and to also learn how to balance those things, and to step into maturity without losing your vitality and your childhood zest for life. I feel like the purpose behind it was to expand you in some way, to expand your sense of self, to expand your self-worth, how you see yourself, to expand the love that you can hold in your life, the love that you can give. It was like really an expansive relationship. And part of this relationship could have been learning to surrender, learning to release control, because the thing with the Empress is that she doesn't try to control the crops that she's growing or the pregnancy that she's going through. You can't control it. The baby is going to grow at its own pace. It's going to come at its own time. There's only so much you can do. You can take care of yourself. You can, do all those things like that. It's in your power. But ultimately, that baby is going to come when that baby wants to come. And it reminds me of like, nowadays there's this emphasis on C-sections, like scheduling C-sections, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm not like judging those who get that, but I do recognize how sometimes that baby is just not ready, and it'll come. Like obviously emergencies aside, but in some cases rushing the mother or putting that unnecessary stress is just not, it's not necessary. Emergencies aside, and like not judging anybody who has had that, there's not really anything to do with that. It's just about like coming to learn that we can appreciate the process and we don't have to try and rush things just to get to the end goal. And I feel like that's why this person, the purpose of them in your life was to show you that, and maybe to bring that patient energy into your life, to bring that little bit of grounding and that calmness. And also maybe it was so you can recognize, like I felt called to mention about the C-sections, which I've never actually mentioned in regards to this Empress card. So that may be significant for some of you, where it's like, instead of trying to go along with the path that society is setting, the purpose behind this relationship was to show you that you can walk your own path. Oh God, I have to sneeze. Okay, I had to sneeze, and I feel like that was confirmation. Yeah, so it was meant to show you that you can walk your own path, that you can take your time, you can allow things to develop in a natural way instead of trying to force it to happen the way you think it needs to happen, or in the timing that you think needs to happen. To surrender, to release control, to let go of trying to force outcomes, and to just be present and learn as much as you can with the Hanged Man. Learn as much as you can in each period of your life. So I feel like we kind of already touched on the lessons that you're meant to learn from this, but let's just see what comes out in the tarot. One card for lessons that pile 2 is meant to learn from this relationship. Let's see, one card. Thank you. We have the Tower at the bottom, and there is so much Cup energy, and even the Empress here embodies that Cup energy as well. I mean, she embodies all 4 queens, but this is regardless of gender. But you have the Queen of Cups here. Really, a lot of the lessons from this relationship, or that you were meant to learn through this, was about your emotions and exploring your emotions, opening up emotionally. Also emotional maturing, like maturing emotionally. Again, for some of you, this could have been a relationship that you entered at a very young age, or a immature age, like emotionally immature, where you're still learning your emotions. Again, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, we all go through that. With some people, we're still going through that. Like, we're still learning our emotions always. So there's really nothing wrong with that, and that's not to shame you or to make you feel any type of way, but it's just to bring awareness to the fact that this was maybe meant to teach you lessons around emotional maturing and your emotions, like. And there may have been a huge Tower moment that came out of this, with it coming at the bottom of the deck. It's like you may not have thought or seen it coming, but this relationship sort of brought a really big Tower moment in your life. And depending on, I feel like one of the lessons you are meant to learn is to see that Tower moment as an empowering thing, as a moment for growth and opportunity for expansion, but also as an opportunity to get to understand yourself at a deeper level. Like, again, I'm being called to mention that this relationship seems like it was more about getting you to see you, getting you to love and commit to yourself. It wasn't so much like about the other person, even if, you know, obviously your breakup and the relationship itself could be very different for all of you, but I'm getting the sense that, like, the main message coming through here is that this has always been about you, about your journey, and less about the other person. And with the lesson coming up here as a queen, it could also again be pointing to what we talked about here of learning to embrace your feminine side, learning to embrace your feminine energy so that you can live whole and complete, so that you can feel more complete inside. And that may be where the Tower moment happened. It was like the Tower moment may have been an emotional one. It may not even have been something that you necessarily saw in your physical reality. It could have been your emotions, and maybe even just that could have been, for some of you, the fact that you still have this attachment to this person could feel like a tower moment for you. Like, what is going on? Like, I just don't understand. Why do I keep thinking about this person? Why do I keep feeling these things for this person? And I get the sense it's so that you start to explore that. The lesson that you were meant to learn is, like, if there are any old wounds here, you're meant to explore those wounds. You're meant to explore your emotions. You're meant to have and reach a greater depth of emotional awareness of yourself. I definitely get the sense that somehow this relationship was a one of mirroring, because I just saw 4224. I also am getting the sense that pile 2, you need to drink more water, because something about water is coming up. Maybe you need to cleanse with, like, do a cleansing with water, or somehow walk near the water, or like go near the water, or just drink more water. Like, I feel that message coming through. There are like emotional patterns that have been created from your childhood that this relationship may have exposed or is calling you to explore. I definitely feel like there's emotional patterns here that need to be destroyed, that don't serve you and that have been holding you back from loving yourself fully and experiencing love in your life, being able to hold space for love in your life. And possibly also to see that in relationships, vulnerability is strength. Like, there is a strength in being able to be vulnerable. And I feel like that was one of the lessons that you're meant to learn. If you crave that emotional depth and that love, then you're gonna have to be vulnerable and open up. And obviously you take your time in doing this. Like, you don't have to rush into it. You can take your time, as much time as you need, but that is definitely important in creating that beautiful bond, is being able to open up emotionally and open up and be vulnerable. There's a strength in that. It's okay to be vulnerable in these relationships. And if somebody does not know how to hold space for that, or they throw that back in your face, then that is a reflection on that person. That has nothing to do with you. But if you can grow from that, it just makes you a stronger person in general, where you're not afraid of dealing with people. You're not afraid of your emotions. So you can walk through life with greater strength. All right, let's see what blessings are coming in for you from this. What blessings? Oh, thank you. We have the 9 of Swords here, and we have the 7. Oh, that's beautiful. The 7 of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. One of the first things that I'm hearing with the 9 of Swords here is that the blessing that's coming through, so learning this lesson, the blessing that's coming through is an end to anxious thoughts that just drain you. Fear-based thoughts, again, anxious thoughts, like it's an end to that. It's an end to waiting also, because some of you could have been waiting for something to grow. Maybe you've not seen the financial growth in your life that you've been looking for. Yeah, so for some of you, this could have to deal with that. Like, any worries that you have, I feel like the blessing that's coming through this is that those worries are no longer eating away at you. Like, you're gaining the patience and the strength to work through those worries with stability. And like, you know, a message that came up in pile 1, and I'm feeling called to mention it here, is that if you struggled with commitment issues, and maybe that was one of the issues that you had in this relationship, or somehow you struggled with like committing to yourself or just commitment in general, it could have led to you having struggles in your finances or struggling in committing to something, a path that's like, maybe it's a little bit of a long path and it's going to require a lot of steady commitment to growth in terms of your finances. I feel like if you did have that struggle with commitment, if you didn't, don't worry about it. But if you did, then this may be a blessing that's coming in, is that you're starting to learn how to commit. And through this learning of commitment, by committing to yourself, you're able to work through any problems in your life financially. You're able to take things one step at a time, and it's helping you increase your patience and your ability to work through and problem solve, and just allow for that like slow and steady growth into something rather than trying to see results instantaneously. Like I almost feel the blessing here is being able to see the slow and steady growth and not become deterred or not become disheartened because you don't see results right away. For others of you, I just feel that this is about your mind, and your anxious thoughts and worries are no longer stopping you from taking slow and steady action forward. Like those anxious thoughts are not having power over you anymore. Like it's like you're coming back to holding your own power. You're no longer giving your power away to the thoughts in your mind that may not even be real. Like these are just anxious thoughts. They're not always real. And fear-based thoughts, they say fear is false evidence appearing real. Like it's not actually real. It just appears real. And that's what I feel like is ending for you. Another blessing that could be coming through from this is the ability to sit through discomfort. Is the ability to sit through and analyze this discomfort or where this discomfort is coming from rather than running from it. Like I get the sense that the blessing that's coming through is that you're no longer running from your problems, running from your emotions, running from your mind or distracting yourself. You're stepping into your power by facing those things and recognizing that they don't have any power over you. And that you are more powerful than them, and you have the power to sit through them and listen to them and release them, because ultimately they don't, again, have any power over you. I feel like that's a huge blessing that's coming through. Like this is what is launching you into your most powerful era, because you realize that these thoughts don't have any power over you. So any fear-based thoughts or any anxious thoughts that come up, you're like, yeah, I can face them. And if I can face these things, then I can face just about anything in my life. And I feel like that's what's launching you into your most powerful era. And I feel like through this blessing, you're able to confront anything in your inner world with far more clarity and without this fear. Like you're confronting yourself. You're looking yourself in the mirror and you're starting to confront all those demons that you may have had, or all those like anxious thoughts and stuff. And you're just, I just get this sense that you're confronting it. The blessing that's coming through is that you're starting to see your own power. And by seeing your own power, you're confronting any of these anxious thoughts. Or by confronting these anxious thoughts and realizing that they have no power over you, it's increasing your self, like the belief in yourself and your belief in your own power. But I definitely feel like by learning these lessons, that's exactly what's launching you into your most powerful era, Pile 2. Like, I really love this for you, Pile 2. Like, despite, like, no matter what happened in this relationship, it is bringing you a lot of blessings. So let's see what you need in order to process this. We're going to get 2 cards, one for if you just broke up with them and one if you've been broken up but you haven't gotten over them still. So what does Pile 1 need if they just broke up with this person in order to process this breakup? What do they need in order to process this breakup? Did I just call you Pile 1? Oh God. Okay, Pile 2. I'm not sure if I did Hangman again. Okay, Pile 2. What does Pile 2 need if they just broke up with this person in order to process this? Can we get 1 card? Did that flip? I swear I thought I saw a card flip, but I guess not. Okay, so what does Pile 2 need if they just broke up to process this? With the fact that it's taking a little bit, I'm getting the sense that most of you have been broken up with this person. So, but let's just get 1 card, Spirit, for if they just broke up. What does Pile 2 need in order to process this breakup? We have the Seven of Swords with the King of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Let me get the other one and then we will do this. So what do they need if they have been broken up? One card. Wow, that's pretty wild. We have another ace. We have the Ace of Pentacles on the bottom. So the fact that your main energy or the overarching theme was the Ace of Wands here in reverse, and what you need in order to process this is the Ace of Wands upright, is kind of, that's kind of crazy. So so let's start with the Seven of Swords here. The Seven of Swords usually talks about deceit. So again, if there was any, it doesn't matter which side it was from, but if there was any deceit, I feel like coming to acceptance, coming to accepting it and accepting how you feel about it. Because like in many cases, in order to fully accept it, we have to feel those feelings of like betrayal, of hurt, of anger, whatever it is. If you did the betraying, then feeling the emotions that brought up for you, or why, exploring deeper into why you chose that path and what caused that. Like not from judgment, but from a place of gaining a deeper understanding of yourself. And if you were the one that was betrayed or it was deceived, then this is about like coming to accept that this person did that, but that doesn't mean that you are not worthy of a beautiful reciprocal relationship, but rather that maybe you just need to explore where your own boundaries are lacking, or where you may be seeing potential in somebody and therefore overlooking any red flags, or if you like somebody, overlooking red flags that they may show. Like that might be what you need in order to process it. But because this is a swords, I feel like this has a lot to do with like journaling, communicating. Maybe you need to talk to somebody. Maybe you need to journal about it. Maybe you need to just explore it deeper and analyze where you may have been deceiving yourself about this relationship, where maybe you've been deceiving yourself about previous relationships outside of this one, where your mind may have been playing tricks on you, because we did have the King of Cups at the bottom of the deck for this. So it's like where your mind may be overriding your emotions, or where you may be jumping to conclusions about somebody even though your emotions don't support that, or even if your intuition is not supporting that. Like there's something, in order to process this relationship, it's more about analyzing and going deeper into what your thoughts are saying, and what like suspicious thoughts are coming up, or what thoughts are almost acting, I want to say betraying your intuition, but I don't really know how that applies. Maybe some of you it will hit home for some of you, but you may need to explore where you've been in denial about this relationship, or the emotions that it's invoked in you, where you may have been denying your own emotions, or the intuitive feelings that you've been getting in regards to this relationship, or it could even be in regards to your life. In order to process through this, I feel like you need to explore where you may have been avoiding being truthful with yourself, being honest with yourself about how you feel about this relationship, or how you felt, and just being honest about anything that was left unsaid, possibly as well. If there were if there was anything that you wanted to say that you didn't get the opportunity to say, being honest with how that makes you feel, and maybe even being honest with that other person, because for some of you this could also be that you need to open up to the other person, because maybe there's still a conversation left that needs to be had, and this could be dealing with that, where you may need to just be honest. Like obviously, again, take what applies, what doesn't, and if there is anything that's been left unsaid, you can speak it into the candle. If there's any intentions or anything that you would like to release, speak it into the candle. Basically, in order to process this, I really get the sense that you need a good amount of time with your thoughts. Again, for some of you, this could deal with getting help, like going to therapy or coaching or something along those lines, or speaking to somebody who you account as like wise or having wisdom in these regards, who's going to be honest with you, who isn't going to just tell you what you want to hear or butter you up, but who has no filter on their tongue, basically, who's going to tell you as it is. Like for me personally, like I have a cousin who, it doesn't matter what you tell that person, like, you know, there's love there, but the way that things come out, it's always like, I'm gonna say exactly as I see it, even if in the moment it might not be something you want to hear or it hurts your feelings. Like, not in the sense that they're actively seeking to hurt feelings, but rather of like, I can't lie to you to save your emotions, because ultimately that hurts you more. So if you have somebody in your life like that you can talk to, who isn't going to just try to save your feelings or save themselves from having to speak uncomfortable truths, then maybe opening up to that person about this situation. But it's about gaining that help, speaking to somebody, speaking to yourself. Sometimes that helps too, like sitting in front of a mirror and talking to yourself. It might seem crazy, but sometimes it helps. Like, sometimes you really just need to process through. And if you don't have anybody else, like, you have you at the end of the day. I also feel like that will help you to not have this person constantly be in your mind, because maybe for some of you, this person is constantly on your thoughts. And in order to process through that and make it so that they're not always in your thoughts, dealing with those thoughts and those emotions and opening up to that instead of avoiding them is going to help you. And I'm also getting that if you do talk to somebody, be very honest with that person, because they can't give you the advice or the true help that you need if you're lying to them. So you're going to have to, like, a lot of this is dealing with being extremely honest. In order to help you process through it, lying to yourself or lying to another person, deception, that's not going to help. That's just going to continue to push you into the same cycle again and again. So I feel like coming to a place of acknowledging these lies, maybe acknowledging the avoidance that you have, and being really honest is what's going to help you to process through this, and not deceiving yourself or another person. But I really feel like this has more to do with you. Don't deceive yourself, because I feel like that may be what you have been accustomed to doing. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, these are all just things that we've developed over our life. But I feel like now is the time to work on no longer deceiving yourself and being extremely honest with yourself, so that you can process through not only this relationship, but I'm getting the sense that this will help you process through any pains that have been in your life. Okay, and so moving from this to, if you've been broken up for a while and you haven't been able to get over this person, the first thing that I got right away, seeing the fact that we had the Ace of Wands here reversed as the main energy, I almost feel like you may have been stuck in this old chapter for a while now. Like, again, because this is like you've been broken up with them, but you haven't been able to get over them, I feel like you've been stuck in this chapter for a good long while in your life. Even if it's not consciously in your awareness all the time, I feel like there's some sort of attachment to this chapter. And I feel that by processing through what this attachment is and really taking steps to start walking towards a new chapter, it's going to help you process this relationship. I feel like being open, like this could even just be being open to the idea of a new person, or being open to the idea of a new chapter in your life, being open to a new passion. Like, for some of you, this could be walking towards your passions, trying something new, igniting that passion within you with something else. Because maybe this relationship did ignite something in you, and now it's like you're trying to recreate that, or you've been trying to recreate that. Take what applies, but it's not really working. I feel like that's because your focus is too much on this person and this old chapter. And I think you're being called to start focusing on something else, focusing on a new endeavor, a new adventure, a new passion, a new hobby, like whatever it is. You're really, even a new relationship for some of you, but you're really being called to focus on, actually no, I'm not really feeling a new relationship, though it could apply for some of you because we have the Ace of Pentacles at the bottom. I feel like this has to do with a new creative or like career passion, or something to do with your finances, like a passion that's going to help you build your finances up or help you elevate in your material world in some way. Something that excites you and motivates you to shift your focus away from this person and bring it back to yourself and bring it back to your life and what you want out of life, and like something that's going to reignite the spark. So like an example that's coming to me is like, let's say you are extremely passionate about tarot, then starting to learn tarot. Put your energy and focus into learning tarot. And through this, it's like, because your mind and your energy is now having something else to focus on, something else that's bringing this liveliness in it, it'll slowly start to walk you through the path and the journey to process and remove this energy from your life, or to release it, and so you can finally move forward. Because I'm getting the sense that for some of you, you may really have been stuck, and maybe this was impacting your finances, because I got a similar message with the 9 of Swords here. Like this could have been impacting your finances because too much of your energy has been devoted to this situation. And I'm feeling like it's finally time to start devoting your energy towards something else, towards something new, specifically in terms of your financial endeavors. Instead of focusing on this person, when you find yourself thinking about them, shift your focus onto something for you. Shift your focus onto this passion project, onto a passion of yours, onto learning something, onto expanding your mind, or expanding your knowledge and your wisdom, and just expanding in terms of your life experiences overall. So for some of you, this could look like seeking out new travel destinations, or seeking out new spots in your town that you want to explore that you haven't explored before, trying new hobbies, like whatever that is. Because I feel like even if the hobby that you tried doesn't itself bring you more money, I feel like because you're building passion in your life, it's naturally attracting like more money in, like you're becoming more magnetic through it. And again, that message of you guys entering your most powerful era is coming through. So yeah, definitely shifting your focus away from this person, reconnecting to your own passions, trying new things that are going to ignite that passion in your life is going to help you process through this relationship. And I feel like it'll naturally bring you through those lessons and bring you to this blessing. Again, that message of it's time to start choosing you, start committing to you, start committing to your passions, really start learning about your passions. For some of you, this could be exploring what you're passionate about. Maybe you really don't know yet. Maybe you don't have a clear sense of understanding of what ignites passion in you. And maybe that's what this is about, is like taking that time to learn what outside of relationships ignites passion in you, what ignites that spark in you. You know, is it sports? Is it exercise? Is it tarot? Like, what is it? You know, it could be something completely different. It could be, I don't know, it could be so many things. Like, what ignites that passion in you so that you can feel motivated and feel that like sense of liveliness in your soul, like what ignites your soul. And so maybe you're going to have to explore several different things. Maybe you're going to have to explore a lot of different things to find what ignites your soul outside of relationships. So you're starting to choose yourself and not relying on other people to ignite this within you, because for some of you, maybe what you had been taught from childhood was to rely on another person to ignite this passion or to ignite this ignite your soul. But really it's been you all along. Like, you have that power within you. And I feel like in order to help you process through this, learning how to ignite your soul, like really learning that, is going to be so powerful. And it's going to naturally help you process through this. And I feel call in more money your way. Okay, so now let's look into your oracle cards here and see what comes up, or what came up. We have radical expansion, which I feel like just reiterates everything that kind of already came through. We're going to look at the guidebook for these. Ooh, wow. Strength. Yes, pile 2, like this is definitely building a lot of strength within you. Like, I can feel it. Like, you are becoming more powerful and more strong. And like we discussed with everything here, it's like through this journey, it's developing and building much more strength in you. You have bat here with the air signs. So some of you could be air signs, or maybe we're connected to an air sign. That would be Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius. And then we have prana. Prana is our life force energy. It's literally the breath of life. It's that life that is fueled through us. And the fact that you have the Ace of Wands here coming out twice and prana, it's like reconnecting to your life force energy, reconnecting back to your breath. So breath work could be incredibly important. And if some of you are smokers, I say this in my readings when it comes up, obviously, but when I was smoking, one of the things that did help me stop was breath work, because it's basically the same concept. You know, the smoking, the breath work when you smoke helps alleviate stress. Like, it just does. It makes you feel better. And if you're looking to quit, or maybe like slow down or like lessen the amount you smoke, breath work can be really beneficial in that. It's like a much more natural process, I feel like. Yeah, that's just for some of you, but focusing on breath work in general can be very powerful for you. It can help reignite this like life force energy within you. Maybe for some of you, getting into like a meditative practice, or getting into yoga of some sort, or getting into that sort of like a spiritual practice to help ground you, could help ignite this passion as well within you. Yeah, let's look in the guidebooks. But the other thing I'm feeling called to mention is the numbers here. We have 40 and 34, which breaks into a 7, and we did have that coming right over the 7 of Swords. So yeah, I feel like diving into your spirituality could also really help you. It could be a great way for you to start exploring the depths of you, because really what spirituality, at least what I see it boils down to, is just coming back to like exploring the depths of you, because we are all built up of many different layers. And as you tap into your spirit, it's about exploring all those different layers that make you who you are. And that might be something of benefit to you. 40 breaks into a 4, and 4 deals with our foundation. So exploring your foundation, this could also be a confirmation for somebody. Maybe you've been seeing 40 or 34 a lot. Yeah, anyways, let's look at the guidebook for these. Oh, and I'm also feeling called to mention that at the bottom of this deck, we had the throat chakra. At the bottom of this deck, we had letting go. I feel like the letting go is significant. Like, see, I feel like that's significant because I think you've been attached to this situation or this chapter of your life for a very long time, and like it's finally calling you to do the release work, to let go. And I'm also feeling called to mention, not that this is going to apply for all of you, but for some of you, if this is somebody you still see as a soulmate that you want in your life, sometimes you do have to let go and walk your own path. And naturally, if your paths come back together, and at that point, if you decide that, you know, we're ready to try again, then that can work too. Because I know people who have sparked something, separated, and then many years later come back together, and it's like it works much better at that point because they've gone through their own individual journeys of growth. So for some of you, I feel called to mention that. If that doesn't apply for you and you never want to see this person again, that's entirely understandable. But maybe the throat chakra is just, you need to express yourself. You need to speak your mind. You need to express yourself to yourself. Explore the thoughts that are coming up. Yeah, so let's see radical expansion. We have living and loving at full capacity, being unapologetically you, self-expression, boldness, having a voice, the throat chakra coming back up, taking up space, expansion, empowerment, owning your true power, being visible in the world, having fun with your magnificence, letting go of judgment, creative exploration, radical ways of being. So if you wanted to read this, I'll put it here. So you can read that. I feel like this just reiterates and confirms, and it's crazy because I pulled these cards before we even got into your reading, and I didn't even see them. So it's always mind-blowing to me how many confirmations and synchronicities come up through these readings. But I feel like this is confirming that, like, taking up space, allowing yourself to explore the depths of you, allowing yourself to explore your heart. And it's fascinating the way that this dragon or eel spirit or whatever it is like flowing through the heart. So I feel like there's something that wants to flow through your heart space. And if you think about our chakras, we have 7 of them, or well, we have many, but 7 main chakras, and the 3 bottom ones and the 3 top ones all flow through the heart center, through our heart chakra. In order for this flow of energy, in order for the prana to flow through you, in order for life force energy to flow through you, you have to open your heart chakra. Otherwise, it's going to get blocked. It's not going to be able to flow. That's the middle chakra. So your heart chakra is being highlighted here, working with your heart space. And that's been highlighted throughout your reading, really exploring your emotions and working and sitting with them. Allowing your heart chakra to open up, I feel is a major message here. And then we have strength coming through. Let's see what the guidebook has to say for that. Okay, so when I flipped this book open, I actually opened to number 40, Psychic Protection. And I thought that was interesting because this one is number 40 as well. So I feel like for some of you, doing some work to keep your energies protected could be helpful. Like setting a protection of pure white light around you could really help you right now, so that you can work through any of these things and not be open to just any energy. So this card says, if this spell has chosen you, the universe wishes for you to know that you are strong, that you can be strong, and to consider the many ways in which you have already been strong in your life. Being strong is not about being forceful, unkind, or cruel, nor is it about being unyielding, unbroken, yes, but unbending, unyielding, no. Being strong is also about being yourself, despite all the pressures of the world to conform, give in, Being strong is also about being yourself, despite all the pressures of the world to conform, give in, acquiesce, and hand over your true self. This spell and the energy it will weave will strengthen you so that you can stand up and endure without breaking. So if you wanted the spell, it's interesting that I didn't feel the need to do this for pile 1, but I did for you guys. So maybe you do need a little bit of protection around you right now. Something to protect you, to help ground you, maybe you're too much in your own thoughts right now, and you might be feeling like your thoughts might be leading you to a little bit of darkness, or like to your shadows, which is not a bad thing. Like, exploring our shadows is really important. I feel like that is something that you're being called to do right now. But in that time, setting that protection is also just as important, because if we get trapped in our shadows, it can keep us in this loop of spiraling down, and that I don't think is helpful for you. Yeah, some of you might be really in your head at this moment, and I feel like you're being called to have something, a ritual of some sort, to help ground you and protect you. Maybe you need a talisman. That came up, so for some of you that could help. All right, so the bat spirit: darkness, letting go, death leading to rebirth. Before emerging, the bat waits for the sun to set and the moon to rise. In the darkness, it can see all that was invisible in the daylight hours. The bat is a master of the subtle senses, of the underlying forces that cause some things to prosper and others to fade. The bat card shows up to signify the ending of a chapter, the closing of a door. The bat comes swiftly, encouraging us to move on. In just a few hours, a new day dawns, no more lingering in the past. When in balance, accepts, adapts. Wow. Or wait, that says, yeah, adapts, right? Yeah, adapts. The other word I was thinking of is adopts, but no. The fact that I mentioned this in the beginning of like having to make a lot of adjustments and something about you needing to adapt to different situations, I feel like this is confirming that. So perhaps you need to adopt a mindset of being open to adjustments, being open to adapting, and acceptance. Like, acceptance work could be helpful too, like accepting everything that happened in this situation, in this relationship, for good or bad. It brought you here. What are you going to do now? When out of balance, refuses to let go, reminisces. To bring into balance, watch the sun rise. So maybe you need to get out more. For others of you, you need just some quiet time in nature. The other thing I'm feeling again is like, it's time to let go. Like, you've invested a lot of energy, whether consciously or unconsciously. I'm getting the sense that for some of you, this wasn't even conscious. Like, you weren't actively investing this energy into this person, but you've been unconsciously investing so much that I feel like it's been draining you without you realizing it. So it's time to let go. It's time to process through this. It's time to take the opportunity given to you right now to process through this situation, so that you can finally be free to move forward into the new chapter that's awaiting you. Because I feel like there is a new chapter. Again, I got that message right off the bat before I pulled any of your cards, was like, you guys are about to enter your most powerful era. And it just kept coming up throughout your reading. So I really feel like that is happening as you release this. And I almost feel like you just need to keep telling yourself, like, it's time, I'm ready to release this. It's time, I'm ready to release this. Maybe that's an affirmation that you need to let yourself have, or tell yourself when thoughts of this person come up. All right, so we have prana, subtle essence of vital life force and breath, flexible and creative. When you are prana full, you are beaming with vital life force. Energy flows easily throughout your body, and you are at one with divine consciousness. You dance through life with fluid movement, and your energy extends out of your body, felt by those surrounding you. You are in control of your breath and utilize it to move life force energy around you, or life force around you, bringing your mind, body, and spirit into balance. Continue to breathe into the light that exists within you. This is your connection to universal pranic energy. Look at your breath and you are looking into your life. Is your breathing shallow, quick, and contained rather than deep, slow, and expansive? This is what is blocking prana from moving throughout your body. Your breath is a signal of how you are feeling, and when you breathe quick and shallow breaths, you are signaling to your body that you are in danger. Simply by breathing more deeply into the belly, you are calming down your nervous system and allowing more positive thoughts to come through. Transform your breath and you will transform your life. That is powerful, and I definitely feel breath work for you would be incredibly beneficial. Another thing that's coming up, pile, too, is that I feel like your intuition is really opening up a lot more. I feel like you naturally have a pretty strong psychic connection, and I feel through this your intuition is somehow opening up and becoming stronger. Like your connection to your own intuition is becoming stronger, so it's helping you to recognize like it's helping to bring clarity into your life and recognize exactly where you need to be or where you should be going. And like it's like you're starting to learn about yourself, and through this I definitely feel like it's helping you walk away from this situation energetically, because I get the sense that, I mean, obviously you guys are, this is a breakup reading, so physically you are not together, but I feel like energetically and emotionally the strengthening of your intuition is helping you to walk away and focus back on yourself. So now let's see any last message of advice from Spirit. What message or advice do you have for pile 2, Spirit? Oh, thank you. We have 4 of Pentacles. So I feel like patience for one, exploring what you've been holding on to. If there is anything of this person that you still have, any material items that you've been holding on to that remind you of this person, I feel like letting those things go is going to be really helpful. The other thing I'm feeling with this is starting to work on your stability and your foundation, starting to take care of your financial world, starting to take care of your finances, starting to take care of your material world. I get the sense that that will be really helpful for you. I feel Spirit is coming through to let you know that while you've been holding on to this emotionally, it is safe for you to let it go, and that better is on the way, that you can love yourself and fill yourself up with this love and not have to rely on another person. I really get the sense that like Spirit is calling you to just focus back on you and setting healthy boundaries in your life, grounding yourself as well, and just recognizing that like we also have the 6 of Wands at the bottom of the deck. So like you are going to emerge from this a far stronger, more victorious self, and you are on the path to opening yourself up to your own love, to experiencing your own love. And if some of you resonated with that twin flame or soulmate thing, twin flames can be brought into our life to show us how, if we can love this other person that deeply, then clearly that love exists within us. So we can love ourselves just as deeply. And I feel like that's what your message is too, is that you can love yourself equally as deeply, if that makes sense, as you gave to this person or as you love this person. And even if you haven't fully explored the emotions of love yet, like the fact that you have these emotions of love for another shows that you can have it for yourself as well. And I feel like that's what Spirit wants to highlight here as your like message and your advice, is that there is more love and joy always to be found, and you don't have to hold on to this person to get it. Like you can get it from yourself. And again, if this person is meant to come back into your life, it will happen. But you need to learn to love yourself so you're not relying on this other person and unconsciously either draining them or draining yourself, or both, because in some cases you could be draining both. You could, because of the amount of energy you're pouring into this person through your thoughts, your emotions, you drain yourself. And because you're relying on their love, you might drain them. So like, take what applies, but your Spirit is really coming through to be like, you don't need this person to feel loved. You don't need this person for love. You have yourself, and you can fully love yourself, and that is enough. And if this person is meant again to come back in your life, or somebody else, because somebody else could be coming into your life, we'll see that in the extended, then they're going to bring that love and you'll be able to reciprocate it. Because now you know how to hold space for love in your life, and therefore you can reciprocate and be an equal, like, giving member in a relationship. And I feel like hold on to your values, not out of fear, but like stand strong in your values, build up your values and your core sense of being. Like, really take this time. I feel like Spirit is asking you to take this time away from a relationship to work on yourself, to build your values, to build your sense of self-worth, to build your career in many cases, in your finances, to build yourself up, to start to integrate the lessons that you've learned throughout your life, and to just take this time to really work on yourself. Go through your self-development phase is what I'm hearing, so that you can build a solid foundation for yourself. That might be why, again, that message of your most powerful era is coming through, because you're really learning to support yourself. And that is our most powerful era. When we come to learn to support ourselves, when we come to learn our true strength and power lies within us, that really does usher us into our most powerful era. Like, we're unstoppable in that energy. So now I'm gonna clear this up, and I want to see what message Spirit wants to give you in the extended, what Spirit wants to talk about in the extended. All right, Spirit, what would you like to talk to pile 2 about in the extended relating to this breakup? What would you like to talk? Oh, something flipped over. The 5 of Swords, interesting. What else would you like to talk to pile 2 about in the extended, Spirit? Can we get a few more cards? Thank you. Oh, I feel like one more. Okay. Let's see this one too. Oh, wow. I love that this is unbelievable. We have the Empress at the bottom. Okay, let me get the card that fell. So we have, oh, wow. Okay, we have the 5 of Swords, the Star, the Knight of Cups, and Strength with the Empress at the bottom. When I say that you're entering a massive, powerful era of your life, these cards are just confirming it. The fact that you have 3 major arcanas here and the Star and Strength in general, it's like coming to this place of deep healing and deep transformation and walking towards your purpose and really seeing yourself as a star, like seeing the light within you, seeing how bright you can shine. I feel like Spirit wants to talk to you, about the healing that needs to happen, the inner wounds or the childhood wounds that you might be carrying on to or holding on to, what healing needs to happen, and the freaking strength that's building through this, like what the seeds that you've planted, what's coming to fruition. I feel like there's a lot that Spirit wants to talk to you about here. And also connecting to your intuition. So if you want to know more about what Spirit wants to talk to you about, what healing Spirit wants to highlight for you, how this healing is going to change your journey and how it's going to develop incredible amount of strength within you, and how it's going to, like, all the things that Spirit wants to highlight for you, then check out the extended. If not, then no worries. I hope that this reading helped you in any way. If you're leaving here, thank you so much for sharing your energies with me. Thank you so much for allowing me to do this reading for you. If this reading resonates, please give it a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I'm sending you lots of love and light, and I'll catch you in another video or reading, but the thing for this is about to happen right now. So now, pile 2, your candle already blew out. And I took that as a sign in the extended when it blew out that it's time for release to happen, and that Spirit is guiding you to this release. Like, it needs to be done for your forward movement. Any intentions that you set into this candle, anything you wanted to release into this candle, any intentions or release or anything that you set into this candle at all, by it burning out, the intention I set is that it's sets your intentions and your release into motion for your highest good and in the highest way possible. Thank you, pile 2. We are now closing your reading. Hello, pile 3. You have chosen this affirmation card and this tea light candle. So by lighting this candle, any intentions you set or anything you set into this candle during this reading, may it happen in the highest way possible for your highest good. And in the end of this reading, whether that's the end of the extended or this main reading, we're going to either blow the candle out if it hasn't already, or just close out this candle so it sets your intentions into motion. So now let's light it. Thank you, Spirit. All right. So now I also felt called to carry with me my labradorite during your pile. I feel like that's significant somehow to you. And labradorite is usually associated with our throat chakra, as well as like our psychic powers and our intuition and things like that. So two things I'm kind of feeling is, one, maybe you need to talk to somebody about this situation, or perhaps you just need to like express the things that are in your mind that are going on or that were related to this situation to kind of gain some clarity. And the other thing is, like, you could possibly need to tap into your intuition and trust your intuition in its guidance. So now let's see your main card before we get into the rest of your reading. We have, I must jump first. I know the universe will catch me. This gives me like Fool vibes, the Fool in tarot. So, I'm getting a few things with this. One, I believe it's calling you to take action on starting this healing and forgiveness, I'm hearing. So maybe there is some forgiveness that needs to be had. I almost feel like it's your responsibility, or like Spirit is calling you to start it first, and that they will support you along the way. We're gonna pull one card from this deck and from the crystal oracle deck to see the main energy and overarching theme of this breakup. We just want one card. So for pile 3, what is the overarching theme surrounding this breakup? This is just for me really to get an understanding. Okay, I'm feeling this one. To gain an understanding of this breakup and of your relationship or anything like that. It's just for further confirmation. So we have the Seer. Wow. This is the High Priestess, and we have the Eight of Pentacles with skill. Okay, so that's starting off really powerful right there. Let's get the crystal message first, and then we will get into this. So for pile 3, what is their overarching main message? Spirit, what main message do you have for pile 3? Wow. Okay, that is a lot of cards. I just want one. Thank you. Well, I said one, but 2 came out, so we're gonna go with it. Petrified Wood and Rhodonite. I'm gonna read from the guidebook for these because I don't really know these cards too well, but somehow 47 and 43 could be significant. 43 breaks into a 7, and 47 breaks into a 11. So, which is interesting that you have 2 here, because 11 is also breaks into a 2. So those numbers could somehow be significant. Yeah, let's get into this. It's very interesting to me that I was talking about your third eye and your intuition with the labradorite, and we have the seer card here coming up, or the high priestess, as your overarching theme and main message. And then with the Fool here, this is not the Fool card, but this is reminding me of the Fool card. I'm getting that sense that this relationship may have forced you, or not forced isn't the right word, but like it may have required you to dig deeper in yourself for answers and truths, and it may have pushed you a little bit out of your comfort zone in some way. For some of you, this could have awakened your own spiritual gifts, or maybe it is now like putting you or guiding you down that path. That's the right way to say it. Is now guiding you down that path of opening up to your intuition and like your spirit and the deeper, like the depths of mystery in this world. I'm also feeling like there were a lot of like mysteries when it came to this relationship. Now, this might only apply for some of you. It could have been that like there were a lot of unknowns. Maybe you didn't have real clarity as to this person's intentions, or you didn't really know where this was going. Like maybe you guys were just seeing where it went, but there's like a lot of hidden things. So maybe you guys hid your feelings from each other, weren't open with each other as to how you felt, or maybe if certain things happened in the relationship, you guys weren't open to how that made you feel, or yeah, there's like that element coming through. But now let's read these from the guidebook. And also one more thing that I wanted to mention with the Eight of Pentacles here, for some of you this may have required a lot of effort and work on your part. It may have felt very like different or draining perhaps, or like just that it required more effort to invest into this relationship, or it required more effort on your part to build and cultivate this relationship. And maybe at some points it didn't feel worth it, and maybe that's why you guys split up. It's going to be different for all of you, but yeah, definitely for most of you with the Eight of Pentacles there, it feels like it required work and effort. And maybe the person you were connected to or yourself didn't really want to put in that effort. Like somebody was putting in more effort than the other person. One person I feel like was more reserved and more held back and kind of walled off in their emotions, and the other person I feel like was putting in more effort. So take that as it applies. Now let's take a look at this. We have rhodonite, harmony in relationships, easily connecting with others, generosity, reciprocity, discovering hidden talents to share with others. Perhaps this relationship also opened you up to like your skills, and maybe, or it is now opening you up to that. It may have shown you a different side of yourself. All of us have gifts to share and a deep longing to be needed, so open up to a partnership that allows both of you to give and receive. Now is a time for you to reach out and take what is freely offered, and to recognize the continual flow of reciprocity between you and the people in your life. If you are feeling too enmeshed with someone and wondering where you end and that person begins, spend a little time connecting with rhodonite spirit to reestablish healthy yet fluid boundaries that allow a balance between you and the people you care about. When you are generous yet aware of your worth, giving with a healthy sense of self, you attract those who respond in kind. So maybe for some of you, this was about realizing that you don't need to lose yourself in relationships. And maybe that's the work that you're being called to do now, is not to lose yourself in a relationship. So you may have lost yourself in this relationship, and maybe you took on the other person's identity, or you may have realize that you tend to have that pattern in relationships. And so that could be something that this relationship has exposed, or that is now kind of being shown to you. Let's see, what is this? Petrified wood. Patience, timelessness, patience, and trust in universal timing, going with the flow. Healing is a process, and you can't force the conscious universe to operate at your preferred pace. And really, you wouldn't want to, because there is a larger plan that accounts for so much that is invisible to you. Trust in the timing and all will work out just as it should. Focus on the learning and the loving in your relationships, on reconnecting to the conscious universe for guidance. You cannot determine whether this relationship is right for you right now until you let go of the need to know all the answers instantly. Meditate, observe, take a break, and you will know which move to make and where to make it. So maybe you just need time alone to figure out who you are, and so you're not losing yourself in this relationship. And yeah, the energy of this breakup or this group kind of feels like just get to the point. Like with especially with pile 2, I feel like that energy was like very much all over the place, and it was like there was a lot of stuff coming through. But with yours, I feel like it's like a get to the point, be like structured, and there's a whole lot more of that sort of feeling coming through. So now we're gonna take a look at your tarot cards and see why this person came into your life. So why did this person come into pile 3's life, Spirit? Why did the person that pile 3 broke up with come into their life? Whoa. Okay. I don't really I feel like taking this one, not these. But we have the Knight of Swords reversed. Is my deck reversed? No, but that came reversed. That's interesting. Alright, I'm gonna keep this Knight of Swords reversed because I feel like that's important somehow. And we have the Ten of Swords here at the bottom of the deck. And we... Wow. You can't make this shit up. Like, that's crazy. Okay, so I feel like one of the reasons this person came into your life was to give you a new beginning, or to help you see where, like, this person may have been more spiritual than you for some of you, or it just activated that desire to have a new beginning within you. Or this person came into your life to help you lighten your burdens. Like, I'm not, obviously this may not apply for all of you, but I'm not getting the sense that this breakup was messy. I kind of feel like for many of you this was just kind of like I almost get the sense like it just happened. It wasn't messy. There wasn't a whole lot of drama with it. It was more of like, we just need to close this out because it's not working for us, or like we need to take a break, or we need to work on ourselves, is kind of the feeling I'm getting. With this Knight of Swords being reversed too, I feel like maybe this came in to help you slow down, to help you be more present in your life instead of rushing forward or rushing to the next step or the next goal, or always focusing on the next thing. I almost get the sense that this person came into your life to help slow you down, to help you be more present, to help you bring awareness into the moment. And even if this person didn't explicitly do that, like it wasn't because they were doing it, but more of like what that relationship brought into your life. That could be one of the things. With the Ten of Swords being at the bottom of the deck, this could have also been to help you close out a cycle. Like this person could have been placed in your life to help you close out a cycle, to help you maybe see where you may have had limiting beliefs that were holding you back from going after the things that you wanted to go after, or the things that you wanted to achieve. For others of you, this person could possibly have been chaotic, and maybe this relationship was a bit chaotic. For many of you, I don't get that feeling, but for some of you, I do see that with, the Knight of Swords being reversed here. That can sometimes be a chaotic energy, or like an energy of not having stability in the mind, in the sense of like a clear focused mind is more of like scattered. This person may have entered your life to show you where you might be holding back on communicating your needs and your desires, but more importantly, I get the sense that this was like just communicating your thoughts and anything that comes up. I feel like the purpose of this was, or not the purpose, but this person came in your life to show you where you may not have been expressing yourself in a healthy way, or where you may have been bottling up your thoughts out of fear that maybe it might cause somebody to run away, or it might cause confusion or chaos. And like there might be this belief that it's better to not say something than to say the wrong thing, to show you that you can say your thoughts. Like in a healthy reciprocal relationship, the other person wants to know how you're feeling and what you're thinking. Even if that's triggering, they because that person is also maturing and walking their path, they can work through that trigger. But that doesn't mean that you have to keep quiet. Like obviously there's a way to communicate it, but you still have to, like, it's still important to communicate it. Even, yeah, I feel like you get what I'm trying to say, and I'm running myself in circles right now. But bottom line, I feel like this person came in to show you where you need a new beginning, to break your like limiting beliefs about your life, to kind of usher in a new era for you, and also to expose where you may have been bottling up communication. I hope that makes sense to you, but that's what I'm seeing. Like the main reason this person came into your life was to, and also to help you become more present and slow down. That was something I was hearing too. So like to slow down, be more present, to help you awaken your own spiritual gifts as well, is another thing I'm hearing. Let's see what the purpose behind this relationship was. Spirit, what was the purpose behind this relationship? Oh, thank you. We have the Devil here. So I feel like the purpose behind this relationship, we have the Five of Pentacles as well, may have been to show you your own addictive tendencies, where you may be overly attached to people, where your own identity might be attached to the people around you, where it's almost like you might be building your identity based on the people around you. So like if, for example, if you're in a relationship with somebody who's very active, you become very active. If you're in a relationship with somebody who enjoys theater, like you start to enjoy theater. Not that there's anything wrong with exploring those things, but it's more of, I feel like you may have been taking on the identity of the people that you surround yourself with, whether that's friends, romantic people, like romantic partners, family, even, like where you may have these like addictive tendencies and unhealthy attachments. Also, part of it could have been where you may have had a lack mindset, like where you may not have been seeing like the prosperity or abundance in your life, or where you may have been feeling a very lack mindset, or just feeling this may not even deal with your mind. I feel like the purpose of this was more to show you in your life where you are denying yourself pleasures. The purpose could even have been for some of you that this was to highlight where you may have been like feelings of not being enough or not being valuable, where you may have been seeing yourself as not worthy or not valuable of having a healthy relationship. I feel like the purpose behind this was to show you that you are valuable, or it was to expose those things. The purpose here is to actually show you how you are worthy of having a reciprocal and healthy relationship, and how you may have been devaluing yourself or attaching yourself to unhealthy people and things, again, because you may not have been seeing your worth. And for some of you, this could have been like this idea that you needed to work, put in effort, which may make sense with the Eight of Pentacles. There could have been this idea that you need to put in work in order to be chosen by somebody. And like, I could see how that, like, of course you do need to put in effort in a relationship. Like, if you don't put in any effort, then why should somebody be with you, right? Like, I get that, but I'm more so picking up on the sense that, like, you may have felt like you need to go above and beyond to keep this person in your life, to be chosen by this person, to be validated or given this person's attention. Again, this may not apply for some of you. For others of you, it could have just been that the other prior messages, but for many of you, I'm getting that this was the purpose behind this, was to expose these shadows that have been within you, these limiting beliefs, again, these attachments to ideas that aren't actually serving you, that are keeping you trapped in like cycles that aren't healthy or helpful for you, and that may have been denying you pleasures. Like, you may have, through these attachments and these cycles, been blocking yourself from actually receiving pleasure and actually having pleasurable experiences in relationships. And for some of you, I'm getting this message that the purpose of this may have been to show you that just having intense feelings doesn't always mean that it's love, or that it's healthy, or that it's going to amount to a healthy relationship. Like, you know, it's interesting for your reading, and I guess this makes sense with the seer here. I'm almost feeling like there may be a haze about you, like this relationship, or there just might be some cloudiness around this relationship, around you right now, because I'm picking up on that, like, not knowing what to do, or just being very clouded, like not knowing in which direction to move, or just feeling like your intuition is kind of clouded and not feeling like you have all the answers that you're seeking. Yeah, I feel that for your pile, that there's just some sort of like blockage, and that maybe tapping into your intuition at this time seems a little difficult or hazy. Some of you, this may even have been, the purpose behind this may have been to show you a fear of being alone. And that may be at the root of attaching yourself to unhealthy relationships or unhealthy people or unhealthy things. Like, all right, let's see what lessons you're meant to be learning from this. What lessons is pile 3 meant to be learning from this relationship? One card. Thank you. We have the 4 of Wands. Okay, I feel like the lesson you're meant to be learning is, one, to choose yourself This kind of came up in the other two piles as well, but a commitment to yourself, like learning to commit to yourself. But the other lesson I feel like here is that, well, actually I'm getting two main things. One, that that message of like intensity doesn't always mean that you're going to have a balanced, healthy relationship, or that this is even the person for you. But the other side of it is that I feel like the lesson here was to learn what kind of what you want in a relationship. What do you want in a long-term committed relationship? What kind of relationship do you want? What kind of how do you want to feel in the relationship? How do you want your soul to feel? Like, yeah, that question of what do you want in a relationship? I feel like that's the lesson that you're meant to learn, is to answer that question so that you can gain some clarity. And by gaining that clarity, you can start to walk towards that path of actually seeing what aligns with your desire in a relationship. This could also have been to celebrate, like to be more open to celebrating your wins in life, to celebrating you, to focusing on your achievements even, and being proud of your achievements. We also have the 9 of Pentacles here at the bottom of the deck. So yeah, like part of this, the lesson that you're meant to be learning here could be to take time to acknowledge and celebrate you. And the moon in this card is really sticking out to me. And it's interesting that this happened to come right on top of the High Priestess, who is associated with the moon as well, and our intuition. And like during the full moon, our intuition, I feel like, is heightened. So maybe the lesson that you're meant to learn here is also how you can heighten your intuitive powers. Because I feel like you do, like everybody does, right, have that. And I feel like you have an understanding of your intuition, but you may struggle to tap into it. Like there may be times where you do, and then times where you're not sure how you are able to tap into it. And that's okay, like that happens. It's a pretty normal thing, you know, but I almost get the sense that the lesson here is to fine tune that and to understand how you can bring greater awareness to your intuition. And this actually does also tell me, again with the 9 of Pentacles here, that a lesson that you're meant to learn is to see your own worth, is to start to celebrate your worth, is to start to validate your worth, and not settle for less than the relationship that you want and desire. Don't settle for less than that, because that's, I feel like, a lesson that you're meant to learn, is that no, you're worthy of having the exact type of relationship that you want, and nothing less is going to work. So it's not even worth settling for less. I also feel like a lesson you're learning here is what true, healthy, stable relationship looks like for you, and what that mutual respect and like that reciprocity feels like. I feel like that's the thing that you're learning here, is like, what does that feel like? What does that look like? How can I bring that into my life? How can I honor my desires in a relationship? This could also, another thing with the 4 of Wands is like home, a feeling of home. So perhaps a lesson here that you were meant to learn. Ooh, you know what I'm hearing is that for some of you, if your home environment growing up was very chaotic, then that may be what you have come to associate with relationships. And I almost feel like this is about unlearning that, and rather learning about what a healthy relationship looks like, and focusing on that, and coming to align yourself with that. But also what the feeling of home feels like for you. What does that look like for you? Coming back to home. Yeah, like something about that, because the Four of Wands can also deal with like our hope. Let's see what blessings are coming from this. You know, it's interesting. Your reading is going by so much quicker than the other two piles. Like pile 2 especially was super long, but yours is going by really quickly. So with that, I almost have a feeling that the inner work to heal from this relationship is not going to require, like, it's going to require effort, and it may take a while depending on, you know, your situation, but I feel like it's going to go by rather quickly, even if maybe it doesn't feel that way for some of you. I get that like sense that it's actually going to move, like you'll move through this healing rather quickly. Yeah, so let's see what blessing is coming from this. But one of the blessings I get is that you're stepping into your power and your ability of discernment, like your discernment is increasing and you're starting to see your worth. And through that, like, you're having a much better understanding of people. Like, I feel like through this, it's getting you to have a much better understanding of the people around you, to where people can't fool you anymore and you aren't gonna accept less than what you deserve, but also you're not going to put up with lies and manipulation. Like, you're gonna see it and call it out and move on your way. Like, it's not gonna bother you either, because you understand that that's that person's problem, but you're also not gonna just let it slide. So let's see what blessings are coming from this relationship and from this healing. What blessings are, thank you. We have, yeah, 8 of Cups, knowing when to walk away, when to go after the thing that's actually fulfilling for you, because what happens after the 8 of Cups is the 9 of Cups, and that's wish fulfillment. Like, you actually get your wishes. And in the 8 of Cups, sometimes you have to walk away from the things that aren't actually your wish fulfillment to seek that 9th cup, which is your fulfillment, which is your wishes come true. And I love this. We got the Sun at the bottom of the deck here for you. So the blessing that's coming in for you, something that I'm hearing is that this blessing could be coming in during Leo season for you. Take that as it applies. But the blessing that's coming in is like this revitalization, this knowing of when to walk away from situations and walking towards your happiness and fulfillment, and like filling your life with joy, being your source of joy. I also feel like another blessing coming from this is that you're expanding your light and like being your source of joy, so you're no longer dependent on somebody else. Your children, if you have children, could also be another thing coming in, or for some of you this could be that you're being blessed with children. Maybe that applies for some of you. Or it's just this childlike energy and this vitality for life and this enjoyment and like this zest and just coming back to like enjoying life. This could also be that for some of you, the blessing that's coming is that you're healing your inner child wounds. Anything from your childhood, you're working through that and you're healing from it, and it's blessing you in many different ways. I feel like this is a blessing that's like, it's not one thing that is the blessing. I feel like the blessing is leading to more blessings, if that makes sense. Yeah, you're like with the 3 of Swords here too. I feel like you're healing through this heartbreak and coming back to yourself and finally figuring out who you are, gaining a deeper understanding of that, and just reveling. Like, I want to say you're reveling in that, you're enjoying that, like you're just living your best life. You're out here like, nah, I got me, and I'm gonna focus on my life and I'm gonna enjoy my life. And that is the biggest blessing, because through that like magnetic warmth, like that's another thing that I'm feeling with this. The blessing that's coming in is like things are warming up for you Because look at the like difference between these two cards. This feels like warm and light, and this feels kind of cold and isolated. Not that like one is better than the other, like, but rather that maybe for a long time in relationships you may have felt like just put out and cold, and like you had to put in a lot of, again, effort. And now the blessing that's coming in is like things are warming up. They're feeling brighter. Brighter days ahead is also what I'm hearing. I feel like this is freedom too. The blessing here is that like you're just genuinely feeling good. So when somebody asks you how you're feeling, it's not like you're just an automatic response of good. It's like you actually mean it. Like you're actually feeling good. And I got the message right now, like a skeptical, like, I don't know. But that's what these cards are showing. Like, that's what your blessing is. Like, you're choosing yourself. And because you're choosing yourself, things in your life are becoming so much better. And yeah, like there's a lightheartedness coming back into your life. Especially in the area and like arena of romance. I feel like the next relationship, we will look at that in the extended, but like I feel like the next relationship that comes in is going to be very lighthearted. It's going to, like, of course there's going to be a depth to it as well, you know, there always is, not always, but most of the time. But it's like even in the depths or even in the working through things, it still feels lighthearted. It doesn't feel like you're losing yourself, or it doesn't feel like any of that. And I feel like a lot of that has to do with the inner work that you're doing. So yeah, I just heard like you're walking into a much brighter future. You're definitely leaving behind, like the blessing is that this past shit is being left behind. It's not even like it has no hold on you anymore. And you're moving towards something so much better. So now let's see what you need in order to process this breakup. So I'm going to take two cards. One, it's if you've just broken up with this person, what do you need in order to process through it? And the other card is if you've been broken up but you haven't been able to let this person go, what you need in order to process through it. So for those who have just broken up in pile 3, what do they need in order to process through this relationship, or this breakup rather? For those who have just broken up, what do they need? Thank you. We have the 10 of Pentacles. Maybe spending time with your family, going to, oh, you know, that's interesting. I just heard doing ancestral clearing. Working with your ancestors, maybe connecting to your ancestors could be helpful. Perhaps there's some ancestral wounds that need to be cleared out, that for those of you who have just broken up, or this is like a recent thing, exploring those wounds and exploring more about your heritage and your culture and your ancestral lineage could be somehow helpful in processing through this relationship, because I get the sense that it might give you a better understanding of where your wounds may be coming from, or where these habits and attachments might come from, and where, you know, possibly like these things might be stemming from. So it's just giving you more understanding and clarity. That is freaking crazy. Wow. I'm pretty sure I shuffled this deck like a while. I gave it a good shuffle before these cards came out. So we have the Sun and the Three of Swords here. So if you've just broken up with this person, what you need in order to process this, I feel like is spending time outside, bringing some childlike, like balance. This is all about balance, okay? So this is about taking some time to process through and work through any pains that were involved in this relationship, and then switching up and going out and having fun and you know, like partying, I'm also hearing, but I'm not getting the sense of like reckless partying. But what I mean, I think that is meant to be like spending time in the like in good company, in the company of others, enjoying yourself. This could also be like spending time with children. If you have children around you, if you have children, like spending more time with them, going to the park and maybe even being a little bit like a child. Like, I freaking love going on the swings. I feel like that's coming through because it's like, have fun, you know, go and do those fun childlike activities, and just like enjoy yourself and have this freshness of spirit while also working through it. You know, like, you don't need to put yourself in just one box. I'm getting the sense like go through both things. So like, have your fun and also spend some time working through this, like, you know, journaling. I'm getting the sense with the Three of Swords here that this could be, we already kind of mentioned it, but communication. So maybe therapy or journaling or speaking to somebody in general about the pains that may have been associated with this relationship, or the things that you've learned and the heartbreak that you may have dealt with. Even if it doesn't deal with this relationship in specific, any heartbreaks in general that you may have dealt with could be very eye-opening to understanding your current situation and this current relationship as well, or this breakup and your patterns as well. But yeah, like, basically it's balancing having fun, going out, being with good company and with your family and looking through your ancestry, while also communicating and expressing these hurts, journaling, talking to somebody. And when you start to feel very heavy and like feel like you've been doing a lot of grieving for this relationship or your past hurts and like heartaches, taking that time to switch gears and go out and have fun and bringing that lighthearted spirit into things. So now I want to see what you need to process through this if you've been broken up. So if you've been broken up and haven't been able to get over this person, what do you need in order to process through this? We have the Two of Swords here with the Queen of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. So one of the things with the Queen of Pentacles here, I get the sense of like starting to establish and see your own worth, and also starting to acknowledge and accept where there may have been times where you didn't honor your self-worth, and how you can right now begin to honor your self-worth or your worth in general. Like, how can you begin to honor that? And with the Two of Swords here, I have a feeling this has to do with, again, with communication with this other person. So if that applies for you, some of you, and this has been coming up in all three piles, so there might just be this general thing in the collective of needing to air out and grievances and heartaches and stuff from past relationships, needing to have clear communication in order to process through this. And if you really don't want to talk to this person, you can just pause this video and communicate all of the grievances into this candle so that it can burn them away. Any emotions that you may have been holding on to, set that intention to release it into this candle. Anything that you want to release, so whether that's these things that you may have been holding on to, these thoughts, and you know, in the traditional Rider-Waite deck, with the Two of Swords usually has one person and they have a blindfold on and two swords. And in this deck, it's two people dueling each other. So I have a feeling that in order to process through this, you may need to explore where the different sides of you have been at odds on this relationship. Like, you may need to explore the back and forth that you may have been going through in this relationship, or in your thoughts of this relationship. I'm getting this sense that with this Two of Swords here, you may also need to come to this place of no longer avoiding your thoughts surrounding this breakup, and no longer living in avoidance, but rather accepting what you can't change, and what acceptance, like coming to this place of acceptance, and getting all of your pains out. So journaling, I feel like, could be incredibly helpful for you, and really just allowing yourself to sit in those feelings rather than trying to like interpret it with your mind, because I almost get the sense that maybe some of you have been trying to analyze your feelings with your mind, and it's not really working because it's kind of like keeping you in this loop. And rather than doing that, I'm hearing, in order to process this breakup and free yourself from it, it's time to just feel the feelings, and accept all how you're feeling and all the things that happened, by no longer avoiding and distracting yourself from it. Because like some of you, this may feel overwhelming, or like you don't want to really overanalyze it, but holding on to it and avoiding it is just kind of, it's not helping you either. So like, this could also be like just facing whatever it is that you need to face, whatever you've been avoiding in terms of this breakup, facing it, allowing yourself to surrender to those emotions, and nurturing yourself, like giving back to yourself. Because we have the Queen of Pentacles, and under the Queen of Pentacles we have the Ace of Wands, and the King of Pentacles under that. So this could be like getting your spark back for relationships, getting that like invigorating energy back by nurturing yourself, and by facing whatever it is that you've been avoiding facing in terms of this breakup and this relationship. Like anything that you may have been avoiding, I feel like it's time to start accepting it, looking at it, facing it. And I hear fighting it, but I feel like that's because you may have been fighting it, and now it's about no longer putting up the fight and just letting it kind of like dissolve. Also, if there's any confusion about how this person behaved or how things went in this relationship, or how you behave, like take what applies. If there's any confusion, rather than trying to seek clarity through your mind and like running yourself in circles, I feel like you're being called to just come to this place of accepting that there are some things that you may never find out, and that's okay. There are some things that you may never know, and that's okay, because it's not worth your mental energy, it's not worth your precious life force energy to try and gain that clarity, to try and overanalyze this thing, or to overwork your mind in order to gain that clarity, because all that's doing is draining you. So yeah, I feel like that is like, in order to process through this, it's important to start to see what is worth your energy and time and what isn't. And is this breakup and this person really worth the investment of your life force energy? like that's a question I feel like you'll need to answer for yourself. Yeah, because I get the sense that you may have been, like your mind might be in circles with this. So now let's get your oracle messages and advice from spirit. We have success with number 12. Success that's true belongs to me. Success with honor, integrity. So like, I feel like this kind of is like confirming the sun energy that we got with your reading. It's like you're coming to this place. Number 12 could also be significant somehow. That also breaks into a 3, which reminds me of Empress energy. So you're coming to this place of like being in your success, and I feel affirming to yourself that you are worthy of success, whatever success looks like to you, because everybody has a different definition of success. Whatever that looks like for you, affirming that you are worthy of that could be really helpful. But I also feel like that's what you're walking towards. It's interesting that it ends up being right here next to the Fool card. Like that's what you're walking towards. We then have the Portal Keeper with number 5. I'm going to read from the guidebook for this, but cats may somehow be significant, or Egypt, I'm hearing. That could be very specific. That could be very specific for some of you. This also looks like an eye to me, so maybe protecting yourself at this time, like having some sort of protection around you could be helpful as you go through this. But you're also, I feel like, stepping through a portal. So your message, I get the sense, is like to keep going, because you're on the cusp of stepping through a portal, and it's about to like flip things for you. Like your life's about to be flipped. We then have solar plexus chakra. So yeah, your confidence. This is associated with the sun. So that's just another confirmation for the sun. And it's crazy because I pulled these cards before I started like getting into your tarot and stuff, which that's a wild confirmation there. Also, Emperor energy could be significant. And the 50 breaks into a 5, so the Hierophant. Or just 55, 4, 54 could be significant. And we have Visuddha with the throat chakra. So that's interesting. Your chakras are being highlighted specifically. So again, throat chakra deals with our communication, our expression, the way we allow ourselves to express in this world. So I feel like something for you is to focus on how you allow yourself to express your thoughts, and being confident in that, like confidently expressing yourself, working on your confidence. If you want, I have a video on that, on building true self-confidence, so check that out. So we have 50, the Portal Keeper, unique gateways to mystical experiences, psychic ability, raising your vibration, expanded consciousness, the Akashic records, past life ties, exploring the edge of reality for significant messages, seeing between the lines, multi-dimensional awareness. It's kind of interesting because I had a slight message that came up with, I can't even remember which card it was. Maybe it was the 4 of Wands here. For the lessons that you're meant to learn. It was the 10 of Pentacles, and it was the 10 of Pentacles that came up. Anyways, I had a slight thing of past life. So past life messages. So maybe this is something like, I don't get the sense that this is with this person, but maybe for some of you that would apply. But for most of you, I get the sense that this person came in to kind of expose maybe a lesson or a cycle that you've been in from your past life. So yeah, and I didn't really feel like mentioning it, but because it came up here, it might have actually been important. So Gently exploring the edges of your reality. Spend time in the forest to listen, deepen your meditation practice, dance yourself into ecstasy, explore psychic tools, and study new healing modalities. If you feel lacking in purpose or life seems a little mundane, remember there's never a reason to be bored. What we experience with our physical senses is just the tip of the iceberg. Magic exists wherever you care to find it. Look between the lines to limitless discovery. So I have a feeling that that's like a message for you to kind of get more in tune with your spiritual practices, more in tune with your spirit, and also that you're, again, stepping through this portal. So solar plexus chakra, we have personal power, independence, self-discipline, confidence, assertiveness, decision-making, belief, intellectual abilities, expression of will, bringing ideas into reality. Remember that you are a powerful being who can connect with potent life force energy as and when you need it. Be aware of what fuels your fire and consider circumstances where you had your power away. Imagine all the fragments of your energy that you have given away at some point and bring them all back to the center of your being. Your power and where you're putting your energies. Yeah, so I get the sense that just like focusing on where you've been putting your energies and calling your energy back to yourself can be just really, really helpful at this time. Alright, so Visuddha, throat chakra. You came to this world to speak and express, and you are doing so beautifully. Now is the time to let your unique vibration shine. Speak your truth, write your message, sing your soul's language, express your innate art. This is a wonderful time to begin any communication-related projects, such as book, podcast, or business. Maybe some of you have been wanting to, start your own, like, channel or do something like that, and maybe that's what this is calling you to, in order to express yourself, or to take your existing project to the next level. The throat chakra reminds us to speak our truth, so continue to share what's on your mind with your closest relationships. Remember that it is just as essential to listen as it is to speak, and great communication skill comes in mastering both. Listen to those around you to deepen relationships, and listen to those who inspire you to deepen wisdom. Know that most communication is not in the words spoken, but rather in their expression. This is the time for you to craft your own. Is there something you know you need to say, but you can't muster up the courage to say it? Have you been waiting to get to a specific point to begin sharing your truth, but every day that moment feels further and further away? Let me tell you something. That moment is now. It is time for you to begin expressing the divinity that exists inside of your soul through the gifts the universe has blessed you with. Whether it's through words, movement, food, art, or music, it's time to express yourself and let your truths echo. So that, I feel like, is pretty self-explanatory. Like, it's calling you to express your truth. Maybe a creative pursuit. Maybe for some of you, I'm hearing like singing. Maybe writing lyrics could help you process through this as well. Writing lyrics about how this breakup impacted you, all the things that you've learned, expressing yourself creatively and getting this breakup out creatively. But also in general, I feel like creative expression can be a great way for you to help relieve any weight that you might have been holding on in your mind. So now we're gonna take a look at what Spirit wants to talk about you, what Spirit wants to talk to you about in the extended. Spirit, what do you want to talk to pile 3 about in the extended? Wow. Okay, thank you. We also have the 4 of Cups here at the bottom of the deck. Ooh, with the Chariot underneath it. So we have the 5 of Cups, the 3 of Wands, the 7 of Pentacles, Death, and the 10 of Wands. The first thing that I'm getting with this is that Spirit wants to God, I'm having a struggle talking right now. That Spirit wants to talk to you about this closing out of this cycle, about the burdens that you may have been carrying with you, the transformations that you're about to go through, and like the portal right here is also speaking to me, and I'm feeling like this Death and the 7 of Pentacles right here is kind of reminding me of this portal, of like you're stepping through a portal. You've been waiting for so long. You may have like, you may have had expectations of how something was going to turn out, and you may have waited and been very patient, and like it's like this energy of like, but when is this thing going to happen? Like I'm kind of running out of patience, and that I feel like is what Spirit wants to talk to you about, along with this transformation that you're going through, and the healing that I'm hearing the healing that you're doing, the fruits of this healing, and like how the blessings that's bringing you, but also like anything remaining. So if you wanted to check out the extended, this is what Spirit wants to talk to you about, along with, like, if you saw in the intro, I broke down the other things that we're going to be looking at in the extended. It's interesting because I'm hearing from one of my decks this one card. I can't remember which deck it's from, but it says prosperity is assured if you take care of tomorrow, or you care well for tomorrow, or something like that. And that keeps coming up, that message. So I feel like continue to take care of yourself, make plans for your future, like take time to focus on what you need to do right now to bring you to the future you want, because that's gonna like give you that level of stability and prosperity that you've been looking for. I do feel like getting one more card though. Let's shuffle this a little bit. Alright, let's see, what do you want to leave pile 3 off with, Spirit? What message for those of us who aren't joining in the extended? What message? Thank you. We have strength here. Stay afloat and feel steady and calm at the bottom of the deck. And we have voyage. Set sail on a new course. So yeah, I definitely feel like that message again is coming up with the portal. Like you're about to walk through a new portal, and it's like things are about to shift and change up for you. And I get the sense that processing through this relationship is just one step in that process. All right, pile 3, I just realized that I forgot to take your advice with the tarot, so let's do that. All right, let's take one card for advice. What advice do you have, Spirit, for pile 3? Thank you. And then we have the 9 of Swords at the bottom. So we have the Magician. Okay. You know, it's so interesting that, and I'm really glad this came up, because I had this feeling that some of you were manifesting a relationship, and you may have thought it was this one or this person, or there may be some disappointments because you may have been diligent, like you may have been manifesting a relationship, and because it's not happening, or because it's not working out, or like you're just not seeing it come through, I feel like it's causing you to almost be anxious with this 9 of Swords. I'm getting this feeling that it's causing you to be a little bit anxious about, like, is this even going to happen? Am I like even going to find the one, you know, the person that I'm meant to be with, that I feel most connected with, and who I have this like strong, you know, like what I want out of a relationship. I'm putting in the effort to manifest this, but it's not like coming to fruition. And one of the things that I'm being called to mention is that if you've done multiple like scripting and vision boards and all of that, I'm almost feeling like now take this with a grain of, like, you know, use your own discernment and intuition with this. But I'm feeling like you may need to close all of that out and start fresh. And like with all the knowledge and understanding that you have now of what exactly you want, almost hit the reset button is kind of what I'm hearing, because I feel like those things, the manifestation work that you've done till this point may have just been stepping stones to get you to this point right now. And also with some of you, and we have the High Priestess here, you could have a really strong connection to your intuition or to your psychic gifts, or maybe that's what you are opening up right now. I get the sense that you are very spiritual and very like psychic. And with this Magician, it's like now that you've come to this point, I think if you have done a lot of manifestation work prior, I feel like it's about resetting it. And so like closing out the old stuff and just starting new. Pile 3, I'm honestly feeling for you, your advice right now is to take a step back from manifesting, to take a step back from scripting and doing all of that, and to just kind of focus back on your present or on your situation right now, on what you're doing. Because I almost feel like for some of you, this manifesting, because you might be getting caught up in the manifestation process and all of that and all those things, and it may be causing you some anxiety and keeping you up at night, and like it might be creating more worries than is necessary for you. We have the Emperor underneath this, so like I'm feeling like it's keeping you from your own power, because it's almost like you're waiting for the external world to bring you something. And in this waiting, like when is this going to happen, or when am I going to receive this thing, or am I even worthy of this, or is the universe even going to give me this? Like it's almost putting your power outside of you. So I almost like get that feeling that maybe you just need to take a break from manifestation work and like all of that sort of stuff, and take time to come back to you and your center. So now that we got the advice for you, I'm closing out this first part. If you're not joining me in the extended, this is where I'm leaving you. Thank you so much for sharing your energies with me. I really hope that you're able to process through this breakup and enter your new beginning and just enter that new portal that's awaiting you. If this reading resonated with you, please give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. If you want to see more, be sure to hit the bell icon so you're notified when I upload. I'm sending you lots of love and light, and I'll catch you in another video or reading. Bye. Alright, Pile 3, now that we've closed your reading, your candle already blew out on its own in the extended, similar to Pile 2. So anything that you set into this candle, by it blowing out, it sets it into motion. Thank you so much for being here, and may all of your intentions, your release, anything you set into this candle come true in the highest way possible for your highest good. Thank you, Pile 3, and thank you, Spirit. Hello, Pile 4. Welcome to your reading. We're going to light your tea candle now. So by lighting this candle, any intentions or release or anything you set into this candle, may it happen in the highest way for your highest good, and set those things in motion. Thank you, Spirit. All right, now let's take a look at your affirmation card. We have, my grief, anger, sadness, anxiety, or loneliness do not define me. Wow, that's pretty powerful. So I would say that this relationship doesn't define you, but more than that, I don't really know if this necessarily has to do with this relationship. I feel like this has to do with your life experiences and your life in general, that the shadows and the down parts of life don't define you. So maybe affirming this to yourself could be helpful in you seeing your own value. And I got a few other messages. One, I felt called to bring my peach moonstone with me to your reading, so that might be significant to some of you. Maybe carrying this around could be helpful. But peach moonstone specifically deals with our heart chakra, as well as like our intuition and things of that nature, but mostly it's like opening up our heart to experience through the heart center. So I get the sense that for some of you, maybe your heart center is blocked, or you have difficulties in opening up your heart center, your heart chakra, and experiencing love in that way. And for many of you, you may push relationships out, because the other message I got before I tapped into your reading is that for some of you, in terms of this breakup and this relationship, you may not even have wanted to walk down this path in the first place, or there may have been a part of you that wanted it but then didn't want it. And I was getting the feeling that it might be because you're afraid of experiencing love out of this fear of getting hurt, which is normal. So it's not like that's an abnormal thing. Like, of course, you know, nobody really wants to get hurt. And so I get the sense that for you, that is like a huge theme or a major thing that maybe prevents you from entering a connection somehow, or like opening yourself up in a connection. And with this, I'm getting the sense that your past experiences, your past like experiences in life, this doesn't have to do with romantic relationships necessarily. Obviously take what applies, and this may not apply for all of you. This may just be for a select few of you about not wanting to enter this relationship in the first place. And whatever happened, it's like it just kind of like left you shook. That's not for everybody. But anyways, your past experiences in life could be dictating or determining how you show up right now in relationships. And I get the sense that that's something that Spirit is calling your attention towards, so you can work on that. But now let's take a look at the general overarching energy here, the overarching theme of this breakup and relationship. This is just for me to get a better understanding. Thank you, Spirit. We have, what is this? The Archer, number 7, at the bottom of the deck, reversed. Oh, this is a lot of cards. I really only just want one, but we have the 9 of Wands, the Page of Cups, the 6 of Pentacles, and the 2 of Wands. So one of the things I'm getting, I'm going to put this back and I'm going to get one card because I just want one. But one of the things I'm getting with this is that there may be a need to open yourself up to reciprocal love by opening yourself up to your love. If that, like, that's the message that's coming through, is that opening up to your heart chakra and opening up to the idea of love will help you to start creating reciprocity in relationships, and also attracting in relationships that are reciprocal. So let's get one where you don't feel like running away, because for some reason the runner energy is coming up here. Either you attract in a lot of people who run, or this relationship may have been that, or you tend to run away out of fear of diving deeper in relationships. So Spirit, can we just get one card on the overarching theme and of this breakup, of this relationship? Just one card. Maybe for some of you, there's a lot going on in this. Okay, we'll take two because clearly one is not going to just come. So this is the sun card here. So this is very interesting. Page of Pentacles, Five of Pentacles. Yeah, like maybe there was potential for this to grow, but out of fear of being hurt, somebody ran away from this connection. And there could be this like, because what I'm really feeling here for you, Pile 4, is that something about this connection could have, and still does have to a certain degree, take what applies, potential for growth, because there's a deep like connection here between the two of you somehow, or there's like an attraction, but there's also a fear of putting yourself, like opening yourself up to this relationship or the potential of this relationship. And if this doesn't have to do with this breakup in specific, this could be like relationships in general, and for some reason that this breakup is like opening your eyes to that, where you may start to see how you are either running away from connections or attracting in people who run away. And with this, like this keeps, I feel like this is very significant for you, because I get the sense that you may be making decisions when it comes to your romance or your romantic life out of these past hurts and experiences. And of course, like, you know, this happens to everybody. There's nothing, again, like, it can, what am I trying to say here? It happens to everybody, so there's no need to be shameful or like harshly judge yourself for it, or, you know, look down on yourself because of that. But that's what I'm just being called to mention. The other thing I'm also feeling with this is that for some of you, this may have been a relationship that started when you were younger, or like somehow even if you were not young, it's that like it was a relationship that you had never experienced before, or somehow like something about this relationship seems like a fresh or an experience that seems new, like you hadn't dealt with something like this before. And the reason I'm getting that is the Page of Pentacles, the page in general in tarot, typically deals with like an apprentice or somebody who's just now learning. Like it can sometimes be related to children or childhood, or like that younger years where you're just learning something. And with the Five of Pentacles, and on this specific Five of Pentacles, we have a child here. And so that's highlighting to me that for many of you, this relationship started off when you were either young, or something about it was like very new and you had to, like, it made you learn a lot, or it put you into this like position of not having experienced something like this before. The lightning here is also speaking out to me. So it could have been very fast. It could have been or like sudden. The word sudden is also coming up, though I don't know if it was necessary. Like it's very hard to gauge this. Like this seems a bit confusing, I'm not gonna lie. Like there's almost a duality that keeps happening here, where it's like, yeah, it seemed fast, but it was also slow, because you have the Pentacles, and the Pentacles are slow movement, they're earth energy. But then you have lightning and fire, and like there's just this sense of urgency, but also not desire. I don't know. It's very fascinating. I'm gonna read this card for you because I feel like it's important. And I guess like with all the cards that kept coming out, it's just like this confusion, like which direction is this going in? I don't really know. We have a child dressed in simple skin clothing sits in the entrance of a cave looking out at a dark sky split by lightning. A small fire burns before him, and by its light we see that 4 deep cracks have split the walls of the cave entrance into 5 massive blocks of stone. It takes inner strength and courage to protect yourself and survive the challenges of life. This may mean withdrawing from trauma to focus on emotional resilience. Of all the qualities a spiritual warrior or seeker on the journey of life must possess, the spirit and will to endure is most important. In the words of one screen sword master, Bob Anderson, nobody said it was fair. There will be trials and there will be harsh challenges. Life is a contact sport and there will be bruises. The desire and willpower to survive and recover from setbacks is vital and necessary. Legend has it that in 1306, Robert the Bruce took shelter in a cave for 3 winter months while being hunted by soldiers of King Edward I in Scotland. This was the lowest point in his life, having suffered defeat in battle, seen his brothers executed and his sister captured. The Bruce's only companion in the cave was a spider that attempted to spin its web repeatedly across the mouth of the windy cave. Repeatedly the wind tore the web apart, but at last the spider succeeded in its quest and the web weathered the storm. Maintaining a resilient mind and retaining a sense of humor are most important to our health, along with the knowledge that the sun will rise on another day filled with opportunity. That's fascinating because you have the sun here at the bottom of the deck, and underneath it you have the tower. So yeah, there's just something about this like relationship that was simultaneously new and not experienced before, but shook your foundation in a way, or required you to like alter your perspective, and or it is now requiring that of you. Let's get the main message from this card deck. 1 card for the main message. Oh, that's too many. Interesting that that card was green because we were mentioning the heart center. Can we get 1 card as a main message for pile 4 in terms of this breakup? What do they need to know at this time? What is the main message surrounding this breakup? Thank you. Again, interesting. Oh, that's so fascinating because this came up for pile 3. Some of you may have been called to pile 3. I'm going to take a look at the guidebook, but again, the green is being highlighted here, so definitely working with your heart center, your heart chakra. Jade also glows, if I'm not mistaken. Like, it has like this glowy effect to it, so working on your shine and like your light, maybe even working on like your skin, maybe your health could be highlighted here. I keep wanting to say I don't know, and maybe that's reflective of some of your guys' thoughts or feelings about this, where it's like you truly just don't know what happened. It's like you got taken into this thing and then it like just worked out, and like you were kind of left like, what happened? I just don't know. Treasures within a consciousness of abundance, recognizing that you are more than enough. Kind of interesting because that's similar to this message here. Love can draw to you people who will see in you what you do not see in yourself and bring out the best in you. You do not have to be perfect. You can make mistakes, but what you cannot do is wall yourself off when love is crying out for you to connect and expand, for that will keep you from discovering your purpose. Let others help you find your hidden treasures. Listen to those who encourage you, and if someone tries to tell you that you haven't got what it takes, assume otherwise. Then seek out the company of those who see the best within you, for they are friends to treasure. I don't feel like I can say any better than that, but definitely there's like a block here around allowing people in, allowing love in. So we have patience, timelessness, patience, and trust in universal timing, going with the flow. Healing is a process, and you can't force the conscious universe to operate at your preferred pace, and really you wouldn't want to, because there is a larger plan that accounts for so much that is invisible to you. Trust in the timing and all will work out just as it should. Focus on the learning and the loving in your relationships, on reconnecting to the conscious universe for guidance. You cannot determine whether this relationship is right for you right now until you let go of the need to know all the answers instantly. Meditate, observe, take a break, and you will know which move to make and when to make it. For some of you, this could be dealing with trying to reconcile. Take what applies, and if that is the case, and maybe that's what's leading to confusion because you don't know if you should, I feel like your advice, just like that card said, is take some time to meditate and go within. And there's definitely like a self-worth wound being highlighted here, where maybe you don't feel like you're good enough for love, or maybe you don't feel like you're worthy enough for reciprocal love somehow. Though I would argue that everyone is worthy of that, if that is what they want in life. All right, let's get into this main reading now. Why did this person come into your life? Why did the person that pile 4 broke up with come into their life, or this person that's on their mind? Why did this person come into their life? Thank you. We have a lot of cards. There's something about your reading, and just anytime I ask for one card, Spirit is giving me like a bunch. And I feel like that's significant. Like you asked maybe for one thing and you got something completely different, or somehow like you thought one way. Maybe you thought this would just be a casual thing that you would just kind of like, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, and then something else completely different happened, or somehow your expectation turned out completely different. Like the reality turned out different than what you had expected. So we have the King of Swords here, the Page of Wands, and the 5 of Swords. Again, we have another 5, so huge change for one. This person came into your life to bring in some sort of change. We also have the 10 of Pentacles here, which is very interesting. In pile 3, I got this message, and it's coming up again, that somehow it's highlighting your ancestral lineage or your ancestral wounds, and that might be applicable for you as well, because it is coming up again. But we have another page and a 5 that happens to have another child on it. So again, I feel like that's confirming that for many of you, this relationship, I would be very surprised if this relationship didn't happen at some point in your youth, whether that was like in your early 20s or even before that, like when you were just not at a mature place yet. Like there's something about this relationship that this person came into your life, or this relationship came in to help you mature, to help you see your inner child wounds. For some of you, if this didn't happen as a child, this was to see your inner child wounds, because maybe that person triggered childhood wounds within you, or this person. And with the King of Swords here, this could also deal with like being able to express yourself and not like closing yourself off from your child, like your inner child. Like a lot of this is what I'm getting is could be that this person came in to help you open your inner child so that you can start to see your inner child, so you can start to connect to your inner child and not close yourself off. I'm also feeling like this person came in to somehow challenge your belief around love and relationships, but also life, like your beliefs around life, around how things should unfold. There's just this energy of like challenging what you had adamantly believed to be like fact, or what you had believed at your core. and questioning those things to see, is that even like valid, or is that even my belief, or is this something that I simply took from my childhood that I saw other people doing, and so I assumed that that's the only way to do it. Boundaries are being highlighted as well. This could have been to help you establish some boundaries, or to question the boundaries that you have established. Are those boundaries out of love for yourself, or out of a desire to keep yourself from experiencing hurt? Like, are those boundaries actually healthy and boundaries that allow for freedom, or are they walls that are keeping you caged in? That's the question that I feel like Spirit wants you to ask when it comes to your boundaries. But I also feel like that's what this person revealed, or is like somehow this relationship pushed that to the forefront. Even if that person didn't themselves like do anything to challenge these things, the relationship itself may have brought about that type of energy. So now let's see what the purpose behind this relationship was. Thank you. Okay, so the Six of Cups can oftentimes be associated with soulmates and soul contracts sometimes, things of that nature. Though in your case, I'm not really feeling a soul contract per se. I more so feel the purpose of this relationship was to experience a soulmate connection, was to grow through your past experiences so that you can heal your inner child, so that you can come to love your inner child, like give your inner child the love that it didn't receive, or heal the wounds that may be present from your inner child somehow. We also have the Seven of Swords here. That's interesting. Bottom of the deck. I'm also feeling called to mention idealized love, or this like social media version of love that you may have. And I feel like the purpose of this relationship was to challenge that. And for some of you, like depending on this relationship and your dynamic, for some of you, it was to help you explore red flags in a relationship, even when you love somebody, not to become blinded by love, and to keep your eyes open so that you can spot red flags. And for others of you, it was to not take advantage of the people you profess to love because they're giving you that benefit of the doubt, but rather to appreciate and respect that benefit of the doubt and be open and honest, even when that open and honest communication may be a little bit hurtful, or may not be fun, or there might just be some hurts that come out of that, and maybe that other person doesn't want to hear it, or maybe, whatever, like, you get the point. But yeah, those two things, depending on your situation, maybe both, maybe for some of you this is both. Take what applies. And one more thing that I'm getting with this for the purpose is to help you see where you may have been denying your own heart's feelings. Like, it doesn't have to deal with romance and with this stuff in general, but where you may have been in denial about what your heart is telling you, and where you may have been deceiving yourself on that front. Not just in terms of like romance and this relationship, but where you may have just been in general deceiving yourself and putting all of your energy in your mind and not really focusing on your heart space as much. And for some of you, this could be reversed, is what I'm hearing too. Maybe you're putting too much focus on your heart space and not enough on your mind, but take what fits your situation. Now let's take a look at the lessons that you are meant to learn from this. What lessons was pile 4 meant to learn from this breakup? Wow. Okay, so we have the Seven of Swords here with the Hanged Man at the bottom. Definitely, again, one of the lessons that you're meant to learn from this is to no longer deceive yourself, to to stand in truth, even when that truth is harsh, even when that honesty is not something you want to say or something you believe that the other person wants to hear, but being able to like still stand in that, because at least it clears your consciousness. At least you know there's no guilty feelings. There's no like this guilt eating you up because you're lying or because you're deceiving yourself. Like, even when you deceive yourself, you know it deep down. And so it requires more effort to keep up that wall and that pretense that you're not deceiving yourself. Like, that can take out a lot of energy from you. So I feel like the lesson you're meant to learn here is to see things from a different perspective. Like seeing deceit from a different perspective and not taking it personally, but rather exploring how that is something on that person, and it is not a reflection of you. If people are like, if somebody is seeking to deceive you, that's not a reflection on you, but rather something on them. And what you can do for yourself is, rather than trying to close yourself off out of fear of being deceived, opening yourself up and knowing that you have the strength to recognize deceit and keeping your eyes open to spot red flags and questioning those things and diving deeper into those things. And if that person, doesn't want to explore it or is like getting real shady about it, then moving on will be even better, because that way you still get to experience love. Like, you won't harden yourself, and you get to remain like that and keep boundaries up, so that you're not sacrificing your values, but you're still able to receive love. I actually feel like one of the major lessons that you're learning through this is discernment, is how to recognize red flags, keep your eyes open, how to recognize deceit. And also, for some of you, this is about being open and honest with others rather than deceiving them. But for many of you, I feel like the lesson you're learning here is to see things from a different perspective, to take a step back and just observe and allow things to just come up. So your discernment is becoming better. You're starting to gain a better understanding of how to discern between people's behaviors and actions and words and stuff, and you're just gaining more clarity. I feel like it's helping you to just learn to read people better, learn to read intentions better, learn to catch poor intentions but also good intentions. Learn to catch when somebody maybe has good intentions but is unhealthy or has other issues going on. Like, I feel like the lesson that you're learning through this is to be able to just read people. All right, now let's see what blessings are coming from this relationship or from this breakup. What blessings are coming to pile 4 through this breakup and this relationship. We have the 7 of Wands here. As a blessing, I would say that this is you finally being seen, finally seeing all of you, allowing yourself to be seen. And we have the Knight of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. So patience, for one. I feel like allowing yourself to be seen, and in relationships specifically, being able to be patient and allow this the relationship to unfold slowly rather than trying to rush into it. But another blessing could be that you no longer have to feel like defending yourself. Like, you no longer feel like you have to fight. Oh wow, a major blessing that is coming through this is that you no longer feel the need to fight. You no longer feel the need to constantly defend yourself against others and to have to constantly put up a fight to be seen or be valued or heard or whatever. Like, no, like, you don't need to fight for love. You don't need to fight for a place in somebody's heart. Like either that person willingly gives it to you or they don't. And if they don't, that's fine. You walk towards somebody who is willing to give it to you. You don't feel like you need to fight to hold on and maintain something that isn't even working in the first place. And the other thing I'm getting is that you're learning to just honor and respect your boundaries and hold yourself valuable. Like you're starting to value yourself. You're starting to, like the blessing that's coming in is that you're seeing your own value. You're starting to slowly build yourself up. Because we have the Knight of Pentacles, and the Knight of Pentacles is a slow moving energy. This is about like taking the past hurts, taking the, heaviness of the past and slowly converting it into your strength, slowly converting it into your wins, into your stability, and believing in yourself and no longer needing other people to validate your position, but rather you coming to a place of upholding your own boundaries, your own values, your own morals, like really just standing in a place of integrity and not needing somebody else to put you there. And showing up for yourself, like being consistent for you and showing up for you. And this, I also feel like, is leading you to be a more consistent and stable partner for somebody else or for whoever, for another romantic partner, and to attract that in for yourself. Like by becoming that stable person, you can then be more open to recognizing that in another, and so attract that into your life and have that beautiful relationship. So now let's see what you need to process this breakup. We're going to take 2 cards. So if you've just broken up, we're going to see what you need to process through this. And if you've been broken up but haven't been able to move past this person, we'll get another card for that. So for those who have just broken up, what do they need in order to process through this breakup? For those who have just broken up, what do they need in order to process through this breakup? Can we get 1 card, Spirit? Feeling this one, the 8 of Swords here. Okay, so if you've just broken up, and the Hermit. Okay, so you need time alone to be with your own thoughts, to explore your thoughts, to explore your mind, I guess meditating and stuff like that, to explore these emotions here. And I want to say allow those things to come up so that you can, with clear sight, see them and release them. Like allowing these things to come up so that way they no longer have a hold on you and are no longer eating away at the back of your mind. Because I have a feeling that like allowing yourself to feel these feelings and explore them will lead to greater epiphanies about your current situation with this breakup. With this, I'm also getting the sense that spending time alone and exploring maybe your overthinking, because if you've been overthinking this or you have a tendency to overthink and overanalyze, exploring that. And also freeing yourself from any thought patterns that might be aimed at blaming yourself or putting yourself down or devaluing yourself. Like exploring those thoughts, the roots of those thoughts, and healing from it, journaling, meditating, like we already kind of saw with one of these messages, could be helpful as well. I'm getting this message of like speaking to somebody, but what I'm more so here is not necessarily about speaking about this relationship to somebody, but rather speaking about what's going on in your mind. Because I have a feeling that what will help you process this is to explore what's going on in your mind and take your attention away from this breakup and not really harp on it or not really focus on it too much, because I get the sense that focusing on it isn't going to help you process through it. In fact, just exploring your thoughts. Now, obviously, if your thoughts are surrounding this relationship and this breakup, then yeah, explore those, but in general, like exploring your thought patterns, exploring your thought loops. What has your mind been stuck in? What prominent thoughts have you been telling yourself, or what prominent beliefs, limiting beliefs and things of that nature have you been circulating in your mind? Exploring those things, taking time to go within and really starting to tap into your intuition so that you can be guided through this. Because I have a sense that like you already know the next step that you need to take, but maybe there's some resistance into actually taking it. So now let's see what, if you've been broken up but can't seem to get over this person. Okay. That's interesting. I want to get another one, but I'm going to keep this. I'm actually going to keep this because I feel like that is important. So taking time to retreat, to go within, like allowing the tower to fall, allowing things to change, being open to change. Fascinating that these are both major arcanas as well. So taking time to go within will help you process through this. But let's get one more for those who have been broken up but haven't been able to get over this person. What can they do, or what do they need in order to process through this? Another major arcana, and we have the Lovers here with the Page of Cups at the bottom. So I feel like the message here is twofold. One, I'm getting the sense of self-love, like that word keeps coming up. So starting to explore where, like starting to love yourself, starting to look in the mirror and affirm to yourself that you are worthy, that you are worthy of love, that you are worthy of your love. Gemini and Virgo could be significant for some of you. I don't know why those, these cards are associated with that, but I specifically felt like mentioning that for you. Another thing is exploring mirroring, how maybe this relationship has been mirroring things back. So, what I'm hearing is that what have you been holding on to when it comes to this relationship? Was it the way this person treated you? Good or bad, either way. What about this relationship has been circulating in your energy? What about this relationship seems super difficult to let go of? Does it feel like a soulmate connection, and maybe that's why it's been feeling like a difficulty to let it go? Does it feel like you didn't get a proper ending with this person? Or what about it has been consuming you, I want to say, though I don't know if it's that extreme for many of you, but like what about it has been eating away at you, and exploring that. So for example, if like the reason why you keep thinking about this person or why you haven't been able to let them go is because you felt genuinely happy in their presence, but then, whatever happened, the situation that may have left you confused. And so now you're still sitting in this place of being confused of like, but we had such a good time together, and yet somehow things didn't work out. So like that's just an example, but that could be the reason why you're holding on, right? And if that's the case, then exploring deeper into that, it's like, okay, we had this good time, but maybe it was just a good time, and maybe we didn't set the foundation necessary to support a long-term healthy relationship. And exploring that, also exploring, is this person even the person that you want? And getting clear. Okay, there's another thing that I'm hearing for those of you who have been broken up but haven't been able to let go of this person. It's like becoming clear on what it is that you want in a relationship in the first place, because maybe you haven't had that clarity yet. And I feel like for those of you in this situation, you need clarity on who you want as a partner, who you want to be as a partner, and who you want as a partner. How do you want to show up, and how do you want your significant other to show up? And then asking yourself, does this person that I broke up with align with that? And even if they do, then affirming to yourself that, okay, well, if there's this one person who aligns with it, then I can find somebody else who does too. Unless, of course, you and this person decide to reconcile. That's completely different. But regardless, I feel like the point here is for you to explore what you want out of a relationship, what you want out of your life, and to take time to retreat and ask yourself the deeper questions. Ask yourself what you want out of your life in general. What kind of life do you want to live? What do you want out of relationships? What kind of relationship do you want? This is just about deeper exploration of you. Taking time to really go within, introspection, mirror work could be really helpful for you. Also possibly reaching out to, like, this to me also is like FaceTime is coming up. So like reaching out to a friend or a family member or a loved one, spending some time with them. Maybe some of you need to gain clarity on what you want, and then start to like align your life towards that. And maybe you do need to go on a date, though I don't really know if that's gonna apply for many of you. Maybe this is about being open to giving yourself love. And the last thing I'm getting with this is accepting that you can love this person and have love or have deep feelings for this person, and also recognize that they are not a good match for you, if that applies. You know, both can be true, both can be like simultaneously happening. So that affirming that to yourself could also be helpful. Now let's take a look at messages and advice from Spirit. I want to get one card from the tarot of advice from Spirit. Spirit, what advice do you have for pile 4? Thank you. We have Temperance here at the bottom of the deck with the Queen of Wands. So your advice is to work on your own passions, to start healing your feminine energies, to tap into your feminine energy, to tap into that life force energy within you, to start balancing, creating balance in your life, to learn how to activate your life force energy. So possibly working with your chakras, working with your sacral chakra could be helpful. But now let's take a look at your oracles as well. The other thing I'm hearing with the Queen of Wands here and Temperance is to become your own peace, so that you don't have to, one, that way you recognize when somebody doesn't match that, and two, you don't have to attach yourself or rely on somebody else for this energy. Like really tapping into your life force energy will help you unlock that, so that you can recognize it in another, and so that you're not just keeping people around for that. Now let's take a look at the other messages and oracle messages that we got. So the first thing we have here is Satya. Satya reminds me of truth, though I'm not really sure. Satya, I'll look at the guidebook, but truth and serenity is kind of what I'm getting with this. Let's see what else we have here. We have Earth Star Chakra, initiation. So the number 1 here is really standing out to me. Somehow starting from scratch is also coming up. I don't know if that's for some of you. We have alignment here. So again, chakra work, like this also deals with our chakra. This is aligning our chakras. So really working on your chakras, which was similar to a message that came up in pile 3. But allowing your energy to flow, because like basically our chakras are just our energy centers, and when you work on aligning them, work on opening them up and just allowing for that flow, it helps your life force energy flow throughout your body, and you just tend to feel better overall. We then have safe home, fertility, and study. For some of you, this could be going back to school or learning more about yourself, or just learning a new subject, learning about a new topic, or let me read these also. I cast a circle round about, safety now is beyond doubt. Let all take root, seed, and sprout. Let new life be all about, and then let my mind be clear and strong. Let me study well and long. Yeah, like working on learning new things, educating yourself about different topics. I feel like the message here is to expand your horizons. Give yourself time to expand your knowledge and learn something new, and just keep being a student of life. The other thing with safe home and fertility, for one, I feel like creating a safe home environment, I feel like that's what's happening through this situation, is that you're learning how to create safety within you and create safety around you. And part of that has to do with this peace, being your source of peace and no longer accepting others who aren't contributing to that. Not allowing chaos into your environment. And then with fertility, this could deal with children for some of you. You may have children, you may be going through a situation with this person where children are involved, or this has to do with like planting seeds and allowing them to grow, like literal seeds. Maybe you enjoy plants, or this could be planting seeds of your life. What do you want to experience in life? Studying that too, like learning what you want to experience out of life, which is similar to what we got here. But let me look. Oh, one more card. We have the spider here. So I feel like this is about you building your webs, overcoming fear, starting to really cast your dreams, like tap into your intuition as well, and understand like freedom is also coming up. So what do you need to build in order to create freedom for yourself? What do you need to focus on right now that can help you towards building your dreams, towards creating this beautiful web, overcoming your fears? Because I'm afraid of spiders. I don't know about y'all, but spiders, Alright, so we have spider, creator of prosperity through life's work, dharma. So your purpose in life, focusing on that. The spider is an ingenious creator. Its greatest gift is weaving that thread of dharma into a vast, intricate web that supports the spider and those around it, both financially and spiritually. It is hard work, but the spider neither tires nor becomes impatient. This card reminds us creativity is everywhere. Be process-oriented rather than results-oriented, and soon your work becomes like the weaving of a magical, priceless tapestry. Abundance follows. Also interesting, because I just remembered that in the 5 of Pentacles that I read to you from this main energy deck, that we were looking at also talked about the spider weaving its web and how it had to try several times and then finally it got it strong enough. So clearly spiders are important for you. I feel like somehow they're like a sign, or there's something important about paying attention to when you see spiders. What are your thoughts when you saw it? Like, not after you saw it, but like what were you thinking when you happened to look at it? And exploring that, because they're definitely a big sign for you. When in balance, appreciative, enthusiastic, prosperous. When out of balance, discouraged, tired, forlorn. To bring into balance, playful, creativity. One thing I'm also feeling called to mention is to make sure you give yourself time to rest and rejuvenate your energies, and like create that balance. Like with temperance, also that balance. That's your advice, is to not overwork yourself. Strike a balance there and be patient with learning how to create that balance, because temperance is about alchemizing things. It's about learning to take the time necessary to create this balance. It's okay if it doesn't happen overnight. Okay, Satya. Oh, I was right. Truthfulness. You are moving towards your truth, peeling off all layers of inauthenticity that have been placed upon you by societal conditioning. Through this shedding, you are finally feeling truth's bare skin as you place your fingers upon your face, finally coming home to yourself. Interesting that we have safe home here. This truth, Satya, has been dormant inside you all along, waiting until your awakening. Through this process of understanding, unlearning, and evolving, you become a bodhi, awakened person. Continue to step into this new paradigm of truth as you shed all false beliefs, narratives, and stories, so you can emerge as your true self. Ask yourself, where and how can I show up more authentically in my life? What makes me feel like I'm living in my truth? Are my relationships in alignment with who I am at the moment? What masks am I still wearing to make me feel loved, secure, or significant? This is a call for truth, where you are not being 100% authentic to yourself. Where are you not being 100% authentic to yourself? Is there something you need to express but are fearful of the conversation that will have to follow? Is your career in alignment with who you are at this point of your life? Are your friendships actively supporting your growth? Are there aspects in your relationships you've been overlooking that finally need the spotlight? Truth becomes louder when we ignore its calling. By stepping into the truth, you are committing to an elevated version of yourself, and all that does not match your heightened vibration will fall away. What was true for you once may not be true for you today. Accept the seasonality of all things, including yourself. Stepping into your truth, being honest with yourself, I feel like that's a huge component of that. We have Earth Star Chakra. Oneness, collective consciousness, anchoring transmissions from the higher realms, sacred earth knowledge, integration of the divine, working with grid lines. I feel like channeling. Maybe some of you are trying to open yourself up to channeling messages from spirit. Maybe some of you are interested in doing things like that. And so working with that could be helpful. Explore clearing meditation, self-energy work, and put intentions into the meaningful parts of your life. Find ways to balance your life. Be aware of the times of day that are more conducive to different states of consciousness, such as flow, meditation, and productivity. It is interesting because, you are standing at a gateway into the unknown with trust in your heart, ancient remembering in your soul, and inner illumination to light the way. I feel like that is very significant to your reading, because you have the Hermit here. We were talking about your heart chakra, but so I had a few things come up while I was reading that. One, I have a guided meditation for your heart center. If you're interested in that, check that out, because it might help you to open up what's been stuck in your heart, because I feel like that's significant for you guys. The other thing that I was getting is that there are certain times a day where we're more productive, and there are other times of the day where we're more open to channeling messages. So really starting to learn your own cycle could be incredibly important right now as well. We have alignment With 18, inner integrity being a vibrational match for what you want to bring into your life, manifesting from a place of love over fear, energy flows where attention goes, subconscious sabotage, seamlessly actualizing our dreams. Again, like this message keeps coming up, like it's a time to work on your dreams, work on your life force energy, work on becoming the version of yourself that you want to be, that you feel called to become. Yeah. Look at where your desires and manifestations are being seeded. If your plans or dreams aren't unfolding as you would like them to, it's time to take a deeper look at other areas in your life. Is something out of step with integrity? Are you making decisions through fear or love? If it is through fear or avoidance, your manifestations may seemingly backfire to encourage experiences that will bring you back into balance. It is time to become a vibrational match for what you are seeking instead of striving harder for something. Cultivate the feeling of already having all you seek. You will be surprised at what this shift in perspective creates. Yeah, I just feel like this is confirming everything that we already looked at. So now I want to take a last few cards to see what Spirit wants to talk to you about in the extended. If you're interested in the extended, I'll also have journal prompts for you there. I have them for pile 3, so I didn't think about them in the first 2 piles, but I'm going to include them. So if you want to know more about that, check out the extended. It'll be linked below, but let's see what Spirit wants to talk to you about in the extended. What does Spirit want to talk to pile 4 about in the extended? We'll also look at what this thing you're weaving and creating is, and anything else that comes up. What is Spirit, what do you want to talk to pile 4 about in the extended? Few cards. We have the 10 of Swords. Okay, so an end of a cycle. I'm hearing an end of a karmic relationship, an end of a karmic cycle. This doesn't necessarily have to do with romantic relationship. This has more to do with the end of a chapter in a cycle that you've been in your life, freeing yourself from that old version. So with it coming up reversed, I get the sense that Spirit wants to talk to you about what you need to do in order to have this release, because I feel like there's a few things that you're holding on to. So we're going to take a look at what you're holding on to. Let me actually make a note of that because I totally forgot in the last one. Okay, let's see what else Spirit wants to talk to you about. We have the Knight of Wands. So I actually want to get a few more cards. Let's see, what else, Spirit, do you want to talk to pile 4 about? Thank you. And then we have the 10 of Cups at the bottom of the deck, which I find to be really beautiful. So we have the High Priestess and the... Wow. Wow. Okay, so I feel like Spirit wants to talk to you about your manifestations, what is manifesting for you, what you're currently manifesting, your intuition, and what you're walking towards. So like, what are you leaving behind and what are you walking towards? And also what you need to do in order to create, like to help you move past this. And so you can actually create your dreams and manifest those things. So that's what Spirit wants to talk to you about in the extended. If you're interested, the link for that will be in the description box. And I feel like pulling this card to end your reading off with. So to end this reading off, Spirit, what do you want to give pile? Hummingbird Song. Ooh. Okay. Nectar of sweetness in joy it brings, the hummingbird's healing as medicine it sings. Birth. Another gateway appears in view. New life is unfolding with blessings to you. So that's beautiful. With this, I'm also feeling like singing your own song, moving to your tune, learning your tune. What does that look like? What does that sound like? But hummingbirds could also be significant. They're also very fast. So something is happening fast for you. We also have the Knight of Wands here, which is also a fast movement. So there's some fast thing happening for you, and just being prepared for that is what I'm hearing. So pile 4, if you're not going to join me in the extended, this is where I'm going to leave it. After this, once this candle either goes out or I will either blow it out after the extended, that will be attached to this. So thank you so much for sharing your energy with me. Thank you so much for being here. If this reading resonated with you, please give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. If you want to see more, be sure to hit the bell icon so you're notified when I upload. I'm sending you lots of love and light, and I'll catch you in another reading or video. Bye. Alright, pile 4, now that we have completed your reading, we're going to close it out. So because your candle is still lit, if there are any intentions that you wish to place into this candle, anything you wish to like, for example, manifest or bring into your life, or any releasing that you want to do, maybe it's releasing pains, releasing hurts, whatever you want to release, whether it's this relationship, anything that you want to place in, take this time right now to pause the video and do it. I'm about to blow out this candle, and by blowing it out, may your intentions, your release, and everything set forth in the highest way for your highest good. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Spirit, and thank you, pile 4, for being here. I'm now closing your reading.